Dear guests, dear professors and colleagues, dear students and researchers, ladies and gentlemen, dear partners and friends following the live stream online to celebrate this event with us together. Finally, we can celebrate this event. After having had to postpone the event in November last year due to the COVID-19 situation, it is my great pleasure to warmly greet you here today. This is a special occasion where we want to celebrate our bonds of friendship, our successful and wonderful cooperation that we have with all our partners. As you can see, the program has quite a lot to offer today, and we will have 2 panel sessions in the morning, one on education, one on research. In the afternoon, we will have a panel discussion on innovation and R&D that will be followed by the plenary session in the presence of our rector, Professor Rick van der Walle, and His Excellency Cao Zhuming, the Chinese ambassador. And last but not least, the final part of the program today will be the official book presentation, the official presentation of the book, the 3rd book of the China Platform by Professor Luc Darwe, Director of the China Platform. Without any further ado, please allow me to introduce and to invite Professor Guido van Huylenbroeck, Director of Internationalization, to deliver his opening address. Please, Guido.
Thank you, Inge, for this nice introduction, and indeed, congratulations to the China Platform for its 15th anniversary. Dear professors, students, and researchers, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear partners, and also the friends watching this event online. It's with great pleasure that I can welcome you all here in our Convention Center Het Pand for the celebration of 15-year China Platform. The pandemic has made that it is later than originally planned, but let us be glad that after all it is possible to hold this event. 5 years ago, when I was opening the event for the 10th anniversary of the China Platform as Director of Internationalization, I remember the interesting discussions we had at that moment. Now we are 5 years further and celebrate the next lustrum of the oldest of our 5 regional platforms. Indeed, our regional platforms are an important instrument in Ghent University's central internationalization strategy, together with our international thematic networks, our strategic international partnerships with leading universities in North and South, and LIGHT, our European University Alliance initiative, our Global Minds program for cooperation with the Global South, and the successful development of our branch campus in South Korea. All these initiatives show the ever-growing importance Ghent University is giving to international relationships and collaboration. Where internationalization is of course not a goal on itself, but has to serve the development, quality and impact of university education and research, becoming an international university is part of a bigger integrated process. It means to create an environment where international staff, students and visitors feel at home. If we want to keep and strengthen our international position, we should indeed further develop relationships with partner universities all over the world. And in this, the platforms, and certainly the oldest one, our China Platform, play an important role and show us the way forward. Indeed, the China Platform is already for 15 years building relationships with partner universities in mainland China and Taiwan. Starting in a time when the People's Republic of China was just opening for international collaboration, and standing on the shoulders of some pioneering professors, such as Professor Sorgeloos in aquaculture, Professor Herman and de Sainf of our sinology department, and many others, the China platform has developed over these 15 years relationships with more than 100 universities. In this very diverse variety of cooperation, the focus was always on a pursuit for quality and added value. What can we do together to perform better, either in teaching, research, or services to our societies? This has led to many successes, going from student exchanges in both directions with the best universities in the region over a unique agreement with CSC, the Chinese Scholarship Council, securing about 100 PhD candidates coming to Ghent University every year, the development of not less than 11 institutionalized partnerships under the form of joint labs leading to improved joint research in targeted disciplines, the signing of a number of joint master and PhD agreements leading to double degrees with prestigious universities both in mainland China and Taiwan, the organization of an annual seminar discussing the advancement in disciplines of common interest with our partners, and so many more initiatives. Since 2018, and apart from the many visits of individual staff members to China or the welcoming of many delegations from our partner universities, we also organized 3 institutional missions to China, one headed by our rector, one headed by our vice rector, and one headed by myself. Until the pandemic interrupted these visits and missions, we received about 30 delegations per year. This shows the intense contacts existing between our university and our partners in that region. But times have changed, and today collaboration with partners in countries such as China is increasingly being put into question, also sometimes within our own university. In most recent years, we saw more questions arising on protection of intellectual property rights, equality in partnerships deals, the geopolitical dimensions of education and research, the difference in views on human rights protection, potential military use of inventions, and so on. For Ghent University, respecting and abiding by the core principles of modern universities, such as academic freedom, scientific integrity, and institutional autonomy, this does not imply, however, being reluctant to establish collaborations with institutes that are embedded in an environment where other principles and values prevail. On the contrary, people-to-people exchange and academic collaboration is for our university the way forward, as it leads to a better understanding of each other and is helping us in protecting and promoting values and principles important for the quality of higher education and scientific research, as well as our common interests. Of course, as long as our partners also respect our values and beliefs. These are, of course, red lines, such as not respecting human integrity or promoting war. Just before the pandemic, Ghent University counted more than 600 Chinese students and researchers. And up until March 2020, when Belgium went into lockdown, also the number of outgoing mobility was steadily increasing. With respect to these exchanges, one clear and positive development was that where in the early days of the China platform, it were mainly our sinology students who went to China, now we saw an increase in interest among students in science, engineering, architecture, law, medicine, and all other disciplines of our universities to go on exchange to partner universities in China. Unfortunately, and also very much to the regret of our students, researchers, and professors, the pandemic made outgoing exchange and visits impossible. Even today, Shanghai is in a lockdown. So we hope that the situation will change for the better soon, enabling us to travel again to China. The China platform yet again took the time to showcase the positive impact of all this cooperation and exchange, experience with many success stories from within our different faculties in its new book, 15 Years China Platform from Monkey to Ox, that will be introduced at the end of the program today. The many stories show the important role the China Platform has played in stimulating and developing cooperation with our partners in China. Of course, we should not forget that all this is only possible because of the hard work and dedication of all the academic and administrative staff involved in our cooperation, and of course, more in particular, due to the commitment and efforts of the members of the steering committee of the China Platform and the director of the China Platform, Professor Luc Tarwe, and not in the least, our China Platform coordinator, Ingel Mangel-Scott. Let us, through a big applause, congratulate them with their achievements and wish them all the best for the future. I thank you and wish you a nice and interesting day of exchange.
Dear guests, dear Guido, thank you so much for your warm and cordial welcome, for your clear introduction, for sharing your reflections with us, quite in line with the motto of Ghent University, dare to think, I would say. And now I would like to kindly invite the panel members of the first panel session, together with Dr. Dirk de Kramer, head of the Research Coordination Office, to come on stage for a round of discussion on the topic research, what opportunities for future sustainable collaborations. Please, gentlemen. I would like to add one thing, what this panel session is concerned. Unfortunately, Councillor Deng Yonghui, the Councillor of Science and Technology in the Chinese Embassy in Brussels, could not be present here today with us, but he was so kind as to send us a short recorded message of congratulations. So this panel session, after Dr. Dirk de Kramer has introduced all the panel members, will start with his message. I thank you.
Dear Dr. Krim, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, first of all, on the occasion of the 5th anniversary of the China Platform at Ghent University, I would like to extend my sincere congratulations on the achievements that Ghent University and its China Platform have made. Thank you for all your efforts and contributions to promote the exchanges and the friendship between China and Belgium. On October 25th, 2021, Chinese President Xi Jinping and Belgium's King Philip exchanged congratulatory messages on the 50th anniversary of the bilateral diplomatic ties. This will be an important milestone in the history of China-Belgian relations. Over the past 50 years, China and Belgium have been actively promoting an all-round friendly cooperative partnership. Looking back on the past, our exchanges and cooperation in various fields have yielded fruitful results. Looking forward to the future, both sides attach great importance to promoting the sustainable and healthy development of bilateral relations and deepening mutual beneficial cooperation. As one of the leading comprehensive research universities in the world, Ghent University has played an important role in the educational, scientific, and cultural exchanges and the cooperation between our two countries over the past 50 years. with an ever-deepening cooperation in all fields with many Chinese higher education and scientific research institutions. 4 professors from Ghent University have received the Chinese government Friendship Award, which is the highest honor issued by the Chinese government to foreign experts who have made great contributions to China's economic and social development. They are outstanding representatives of those who actively devote themselves to bilateral cooperation and promoting friendship between our 2 countries and people. The China platform at Ghent University has also been doing a very good job in facilitating students and staff exchanges between China and Belgium, and ensuring a systematic, continuous, and stable relationship with the Chinese partners. 2021 marked the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Communist Party of China. Now, China is embarking on a new journey of building a modern socialist country in a comprehensive way. Science and technology innovation has been placed at the core of the overall national development. Innovation is a decisive factor in promoting economic and social development and in addressing the common challenges to humanity. All countries need to strengthen openness and deepen cooperation in science and technology, explore solutions to important global issues through scientific innovation, address the challenges of the times together, and promote the noble cause of peace and development for all. I strongly believe that the development of science and technology innovation in China will not only benefit the Chinese people, but also bring new opportunities for our bilateral cooperation. Dear friends, although our collaboration has been greatly impacted by the pandemic during the past 2 years, I'm glad that the light at the end of the tunnel is finally in front of us. Looking into the future, I would like to suggest that we continue to work closely, fully resume our cooperation as soon as possible, and keep expanding its breadth and depth. I'd like to propose that we explore possibilities of establishing new joint laboratories, carrying out more cooperation projects, especially multilateral and bilateral ones under the EU and other international scientific cooperation frameworks, establishing customized training programs, and mutually sending personnel to learn from each other, actively promoting the transformation of science and technological achievements into productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I would like to express my best wishes for Ghent University and its China platform. I sincerely wish that you will make even great contributions to a mutual understanding among the people of our 2 countries, especially the younger generation, to the bilateral cooperation in all fields, and to the overall development of relations between China and Belgium. Thanks for your attention, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Deng, Counselor of Science and Technology of the Embassy of the People's Republic of China to the Kingdom of Belgium. My name is Dirk de Kramer. I'm head of the Research Coordination Office, which is one of the 3 offices within the Department of Research. and I am happy to be the moderator of the first panel session. As you see, we have 5 panel members, and it's my honor to introduce them one by one. We will invite them to give them a short presentation, maximum 8 to 10 minutes, and then we go over to short discussion, questions, answering. And I hope that also from you, the audience, there will be some input to ask to the panel members. Let me start with the person in the middle of the table, Patrick Sorgeloos. He obtained his PhD in marine biology at Ghent University in '75 and developed aquaculture as a new specialization for our university, with focus on the production and use of brine shrimp Artemia as critical food in the worldwide farming of fish and shellfish. In '78, he established the Artemia Reference Center upon recommendation of the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO. In '86, he became the first professor of aquaculture in Belgium. As of the '90s, several other labs in different faculties joined in setting up the multidisciplinary Ghent University Aquaculture Research and Development Consortium. Until his retirement as emeritus professor in October 2013, several hundreds of master students and some 70 PhD students graduated at Ghent University in the field of aquaculture under his guidance. Professor Sorgeloos is a strong promoter of international networking in aquaculture and is or was involved with all major aquaculture organizations around the world. He made his first mission to China in 1985, and ever since he was involved in cooperation projects with different universities and Chinese academy institutions in several cities in China. He was the coordinator of or partner in aquaculture projects with Ghent University and Chinese colleagues financed by the United Nations Development Programme, European Union International Cooperation Programme, the Belgian Development Cooperation, the Flemish Science Foundation, and several other funding agencies. He facilitated the setup of the China Aquaculture and Fisheries Network, CAFNet, and is coordinator of many national and international events in China. The last one, the Global Conference of Aquaculture, was organized just a few months ago in Shanghai. Patrick received several honorary awards in China, the most prestigious one, the Chinese Government Friendship Award in 2014. Our second panel member is sitting right of Professor Sorgeloos, to the left for you in the audience. Professor Philippe de Meyer. He is Senior Full Professor in Cartography and Geographic Information Systems at Ghent University. He's a fellow member of the Royal Academy of Overseas Sciences, and since last year, January, he is the permanent secretary of this Royal Academy. Since 2019, he is also the vice president of the International Cartographic Association. He's a visiting professor at the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography, Institute of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Philippe de Meyer holds a master's degree in geography, a PhD in sciences, and several postgraduate certificates, including a postgraduate in business economy. He received an honorary professorship at the University of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in 2019. He's also a holder of different Belgian knighthoods and received several national and foreign awards, among them the Chinese Government Friendship Award. He was supervisor of nearly 20 defended double PhD degrees between Ghent University and the University of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And he is also involved in the supervision of more than 10 still ongoing double PhDs. His research topics include geospatial data acquisition and modeling, the evolution of land use, land cover, map semiology, mapping of the world heritage, history of cartography, and flood risk calculation. He is co-author of more than several hundred scientific papers. At least nearly 100 of them were published in co-authorship with members of the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography. Welcome, Philip. Our third panel member is Professor Sven Bisschop, sitting left of Professor Sorloos. Professor Sven Bisschop read political sciences and obtained his PhD at this university here, Ghent University, where today he is a professor lecturing on the grand strategy of the European Union and the other great powers, and on Belgian foreign and defense policy. In addition, he is the director of the Europe in the World program at the Egmont Royal Institute for International Relations in Brussels, the think tank associated with the Belgian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Professor Bisschop is an associate member of the Royal Academy for Overseas Sciences of Belgium and an honorary fellow of the European Security and Defense College, an European Union agency where he lectures for diplomats, military officials from all EU member states. He is also a regular speaker at the Royal Military Academy in Brussels and at the People's University of China in Beijing, where he is a senior research fellow. His latest book is titled Grand Strategy in 10 Words, A Guide to Great Power Politics in the 21st Century, by the Bristol University Press in 2021. Professor Bisschop has been honored with the Cross of Officer of the Order of the Crown of the Kingdom of Belgium and the Grand Decoration of Honor of the Republic of Austria. Our fourth panel member is sitting closest to me, Professor Stefan de Smet. He studied pharmacy and graduated from Ghent University, and in 1995 he joined the Janssen Research Foundation and became professor at Ghent University in 1999, where he initiated research on advanced delivery of biologics and nanomedicines. The scientific expertise of Professor de Smet is advanced delivery of biotherapeutics, which is at the interface between pharmacy, biophysics, material sciences, and physical chemistry. He served as Dean of the Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences from 2010 till 2014, and is a member of the Board of Directors of our university. He has been a guest professor at the Catholic University of Leuven, the University of Antwerp, and the Shanghai Chiao Tung University in China. He has been a distinguished visiting scientist of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and adjunct professor at the University of Sciences and Technology of China in Hefei. Since 2004, he serves as editor of the Journal of Controlled Drug Release. Today, he will introduce his laboratory, which he is directing, and is a joint lab at the same time between our university and the Nanjing Forest University in China. And last but not least, our fifth panel member, sitting far left seen from my side, Professor Stijn van Hulle. He received his PhD in environmental engineering from Ghent University in 2005. He worked as a lecturer on chemical and water technology at University College West Flanders from 2004 till 2013. In 2013, he became an associate professor at Ghent University. His research is application-oriented and focuses on industrial water treatment. Specific topics are advanced oxidation technologies, decentralized water treatment, and electrocoagulation. His first study trip to China dates back from 2007. Since then, he has collaborated with different Chinese universities, mainly in the province of Zhejiang. His collaboration consists of student exchange on master and PhD level, organizing and participating in summer schools, and collaborative, application-oriented research. So these are our 5 panel members, and I would like to invite them one by one to give an introduction on the theme that we have set for this panel session, research, what opportunities for future sustainable collaboration. And I would like to invite our first speaker, panel member, Patrick Zorgeloos, who will talk about aquaculture collaboration between Ghent University and the People's Republic of China. Patrick, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dirk. Dear friends, colleagues, a pleasure to have an opportunity live to give a presentation at this ceremony, I could say. Very pleased that we can celebrate this long period of cooperation with China. And as you heard from the chairperson, our field is in aquaculture. What is the country with the biggest activity in aquaculture? China. What is the role of Ghent University in the world of aquaculture? A very, very tiny segment, but an important one, baby food. Baby food for any kind of fish, shellfish that is cultured in aquaculture. And by pure coincidence, really, back in 1969, I started working on that famous brine shrimp, not knowing even at that time that it played a role in aquaculture, because I had never heard the word aquaculture. It was only after a study stay in the US in 1972 that I suddenly, for the first time, heard about the word aquaculture, that Artemia could play. The Japanese were working on that. And okay, this was the start of a PhD and a very interdisciplinary approach in working on that peculiar magic powder, as I call the dried eggs of Artemia. We quickly realized that this is quite an ambitious goal to develop that source, that new application in aquaculture. And biggest application later we have seen is indeed China. So we quickly try to mobilize a number of laboratories, a number of departments in different faculties. And I'm very proud that the UGent Aquaculture Consortium is very famous in the world of aquaculture. Maybe we are not a country that has quite important activities in aquaculture when it comes to production, but when it comes to the use of that food in the larval stages, be it in Chile, be it in China, be it in Southeast Asia, Latin America, the technology coming from Ghent University is well known and well documented. So it's no surprise to see that back in '78 and then later the formal courses, MSc and PhD, that over the years we established quite a number of contacts, in the first place by training students, but now we are in a period where we have alumni in different positions, be it in the government, be it in education, be it in the private sector, and that means a very strong network. And as you see, People's Republic of China, 15 MSc, I have not an update for the last year, so it must be higher than the 15, and 10 PhD. It all started, quite some time ago, back in 1985. I will never forget my first invitation there to teach a course on aquaculture. 3 weeks long, nobody speaking English, just a translator. After 2 weeks, now you will be surprised, after 2 weeks teaching, I finally find a student who was speaking some English and who told me that the translation was very poor, was very bad. And that was when I realized that when I was trying to start a discussion, when I was asking a question that of course first had to be translated to Chinese, then the answer came in Chinese, then the translation came back to me, and each time I said, my goodness, I'm not explaining things properly. What's happening here? Okay, then I learned. But what the change we have seen over the years since 1985. It has been a wonderful experience of cooperation, I will not list all the names, but you see the major institutes, different organizations from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and then the different branches, the different key universities. And over the years, we managed to set up, as you heard from the chairperson, that we made them interested in networking. And at that time, and we have seen similar events in our countries, each university on its own, cooperation, give and take, exchange, these were big words. And now you will be surprised when I had all these good contacts with Shanghai, Wuhan, and a number of other universities, that they said, Patrick, if you invite us to Brussels, we will set up the Chinese Academy of Fisheries. Because if we do it in Shanghai, our colleagues from Wuhan or our colleagues from Qingdao or from Tianjin will say, why is it in Shanghai and not in Qingdao? So in one of the pictures that you see here with the different partners, because it was not limited a cooperation between Ghent University and the Chinese partners, we involved a number of other major aquaculture players here in Europe, Wageningen University, University of Trondheim, and a number of others. And that has resulted in not only a strong link between Ghent University, but at the same time, the European Aquaculture Network could establish a link, and this is ongoing with quite a number of universities and institutes. You should not limit it to research and education, but involve also the sector. And you see some pictures here of one of the very first missions financed through the European Commission, where key players from the European aquaculture industry for the first time had an opportunity to see in China the reality of that important activity in the field of aquaculture. I have repeated that networking is important. It's good to see also that at a certain moment China can take over, and very proud to show here the recognized by the Food and Agriculture Organization, the establishment of the Asia Regional Artemia Reference Center as a, let's say, linked with ARC here at Ghent University, but responsible for the whole Asian region. And the lady in the middle is an alumni, if I remember well, from 18 or 19 years ago. You heard it also from Dirk that the Global Conference on Aquaculture, organized only once every 10 years. It was supposed to be organized in 2020. It was postponed. And we had that hybrid meeting, Chinese participation in Shanghai, but the other participants from all over the world, because this was a United Nations FAO meeting, was held in Shanghai. And we had the pleasure and the honor to organize a workshop specifically on Artemia. We were planning to have the follow-up of the World Aquaculture Conference. The first was organized in 2002, where we had the pleasure to be the co-chair. And the plan was to organize the follow-up this year. We have decided to postpone it until it can be a meeting live. Picture of some of our present in the room, probably also here, MSc and PhD students. And I just like to draw your attention, and maybe we will have time in the discussion to talk about the joint PhD. This is one that I'm highly recommending to consider also here for our university and for China. This is really an opportunity to establish close links, and with minimal financial means, we can have also the opportunity to do that double-degree PhD system. And Ghent University in the field of aquaculture is even contributing to promote and to enhance such opportunity through the Mama Magda Fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick, for your introduction. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Philip de Meyer, who will give an introduction entitled From Joint Research to Joint Lab and PhDs. And that's the first slide, I think.
you, Dirk. Dear friends, dear colleagues, I will just try, yes, it works. In the framework of the subject of this panel discussion, I believe that sustainable collaboration needs a network of reliable colleagues and friends. I will start by explaining this network. Since 2005, I had the opportunity to work regularly with the Chinese Academy of Science, and in particular with the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography. The first exchanges took place in the context of the International Cartographic Association. The picture on the left is going back to 2006, when I was teaching in the premises of the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography. In the early years of collaboration, I went to Urumqi once a year, and equally Chinese colleagues came to Belgium, often for a longer stay up to 3 months. In 2019, I went 7 times to China, so it seems that the exchange is increasing a lot. But what about this network? In 2007, a first collaboration agreement was signed between both institutions, and this cooperation agreement was renewed regularly. We are now in the phase of renewing the 2023-2027 agreement. The first agreement was signed in Urumqi, but you see different phases of the renewing of it with Rector van Kouwenberg in 2012 and here at Ghent in 2017. From the beginning, the students were funded by the CSC scholarship system. But the second important agreement was the establishment in 2016 of the Sino-Belgian Joint Laboratory for Geoinformation. The signing took place in Urumqi in May 2016 in the presence of the Belgian ambassador. The plaque of this lab was unveiled the same year in Ghent by Professor Chun-Li Bai, the president of the Chinese Academy of Science, together with the vice rector Freddy Mortier of UGent. Since then, the purpose of the joint lab is explained on the slide. I will not go in detail, you can read it all. Since then, the network was expanded. One of the most important agreements was the one signed in 2016 of XIEG with CSC, XIEG and UCAS with CSC. It was an agreement, or let us say it was more a selection to become one of the first international cooperative projects for innovative talents. The ICPITS mechanism is a top-level international educational exchange program of CSC. The ICPIT was established in 2014, and we got as one of the first such a project, and our project was entitled Cooperative Project for Innovative Talent on Cartography and Geographical Information Science. The students are selected by a jury composed of XIEG and UGent members together, and the list is transmitted to the CSC. This agreement was renewed after a competitive interview and defense in 2019 and 2022. The actual one is running till 2024. In total, by 2024, about 36 students will have been awarded a scholarship for a double PhD by this procedure, and Patrick already mentioned the importance of double PhDs for the collaboration. In the beginning, we signed separate agreements for each of the students for their double PhD. Now we have a kind of framework agreement, and there are only a signature of extension or of this agreement for the joint supervision of the different students. If all the previous agreements were agreements between the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography, involving also sometimes UCAS, and the Faculty of Science, Ghent University and UCAS signed also a Memory of Understanding in 2017. And this is also in a phase of renewing. UGent and XIEC are also partnered with 19 other institutions in the International Consortium for Ecosystem Monitoring and Management in response to climate change in Central Asia. We were also, during several years, member of a tripartite Memory of Understanding between the Heritage Administration, the Turpan Heritage, UGent and XIEC. And it allowed us to prepare the PhD of one of our students. I will come back to this afterwards. As a large part of our research concerns climatological and ecological research involving members of the Royal Meteorological Institute, being also active at UGent, another agreement between the Royal Meteorological Institute and XIEC made an important contribution to the cooperation of us with XIEC. The collaboration is based on 3 pillars. Common research topics, seems logic. The exchange of staff and students, including teaching. For example, for the moment I'm teaching half a day in a week in China. And then the Sinobelt Joint Lab for Geoinformation. Even our lab here was presented at the Chinese television. They came with a crew to Ghent to make the film of it. So the strengths and opportunities were the complementary competencies of the above groups. I think very important, the personal understanding between my Chinese colleagues and the Belgian colleagues. The highly ranked institutions and labs, that's playing a very important role, that the both institutes are highly ranking. Existing network of institutes, and then in our case especially, with a move from research in China, Western China, to the whole Central Asian region. And then it's already based on a long-term collaboration. It takes a lot of years to understand each other completely. So what are the research teams? Modeling and understanding heritage issues along the Silk Road with 3D and 4D GIS modeling of World Heritage. We are also working on petroglyph maps together with the archaeologists of Ghent. We have been working till recently on changing water landscape. One of our PhD students presented recently in November her PhD. But the main topic is climate change and impact on land use, land cover, hydrology, and soils in Central Asia. I will not go in detail on, into all the subjects that are treated by the students, the PhD students, but you have an overview of the subjects here, and already mentioned the shift from Western China to Central Asia till the Aral Sea in the subjects and the places where we are working. What's the output? The outreach, first of all, we have already 18 defended PhDs. I must especially say that there are not only Chinese students, but there's also a Belgian student who passed the double PhD. I think that's very original that we could do in the 2 directions. And there are, for the moment, I think about 12 students still preparing the PhD. So that's the output. We have also the number of joint publications that are the ones that are published in, and refereed on the web of science. But I think it's not, the numbers are not only the importance and the outreach, the outcome of this is not only numbers. I think that it is also illustrated by a very good relationship with the colleagues, with the students, even if it becomes somewhat more difficult in this Corona period. We had a lot of, let us say, personal contact with them also. And I would like to mention 3 small things that happened and that illustrate this kind of personal good contacts. At the end of December 2021, it was already mentioned by Dirk, I was awarded with the Friendship Award of the State Administration of Foreign Experts Affairs of the People's Republic of China. And my Chinese colleagues organized together with Ghent a celebration during which I was virtually presented this award because I could not go earlier to Beijing. Some 40 colleagues in Urumqi attended and made various contributions, and I appreciated it enormously. I'm still in contact, and we all together, and there are some students here, we have a WeChat group, and we are communicating with all the, it's normal, yes, but we are still communicating with all the old students. And we are exchanging ideas. They are involving me in papers. We are working together still on papers. And as a last thing, I saw also the interest these old students have for the initiative of the China Platform Academic Forum. They participated last year. They present a new one for next year. For me, it's clear success of a collaboration is more than only the number of publications and the number of PhDs. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor De Meyer, for sharing with us the evolution, so to say, of your networking in China and how it grew and how it also will continue in the future. The next speaker is Professor Sven Bisschop. He's affiliated to the Department of Political Sciences of our Faculty of Political and Social Sciences, and he will introduce us on a topic entitled Teacher and Think Tanker in Beijing. Professor Bisschop.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The advantage or the disadvantage of political sciences, especially international politics, is that basically anybody who follows the news can have an opinion about it, or sometimes even thinks they are an expert about it. The other advantage or disadvantage of it is it's also often pretty light on methodology. Basically, my research, if I really want to know what's happening, involves having drinks with people, or if it's really important to invite people for lunch or dinner. It can get you into trouble when you have to then put that in bibliographic references. I remember when I was contributing an article to a special issue, the editor was a friend, and he said, well, there are so few footnotes, Sven. And I said, well, for example, this particular piece of information I know because I had a beer in an Irish pub with a colonel from the EU military staff. And he said, oh, so it's all based on tittle-tattle then. There you go. This to say that, yeah, my research cooperation with China, given that it's based on eating and drinking, has been rather limited these 2 years. Usually I spend about 2 weeks a year at least in Beijing in July to teach a course at Renmin University on EU foreign policy, but then I do my tour of the think tanks. China Institute for International Studies, China Institute for Contemporary International Relations, the Europe Institute and Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, and quite a few more. And that is how one gathers an impression, how one gives depth to one's thinking and adds to what you can read from official sources, which of course in terms of foreign policy and defense policy tell you something, but definitely not everything. What I thought I would do rather than explaining to you in detail the past cooperation is maybe to give you a flavor of ongoing current research, linking it also to ongoing events. the war in Ukraine and the place of China in this conflict, which we have seen in the news, which we have seen questions. And what I'm about to present is actually briefly present, is based on a nice example of interfaculty cooperation with Professor Bart de Seijn from the Sinology Department and his PhD candidate Jasper Roctus, who is here. I think you could say that prior to this war, there definitely was a certain risk that the world was once again going to fall apart in two opposing blocks. We know that from the Cold War. And certainly relations with Russia were fraught, but also relations between China and the United States were and are difficult. They talk more of rivalry than anything else. And relations between China and the EU were getting difficult as well in the course of the last two years. Then Russia invaded Ukraine, 24 February, and for sure our relations with Russia will be very limited and may well remain frozen for quite some time. The key question immediately was, what will China do? In my view, China has made a defining choice by doing what it usually does in this kind of situation, not very much. When two other powers are at war, I think the Chinese instinct is to stay out of it, certainly not take too explicit a stance one way or another, and perchance if some economic benefit falls off the table because the other two are fighting, then of course one should not hesitate to scoop it up. And this is precisely the attitude that you see in the conflict today. And I personally think, from our European point of view, this is already very positive. Imagine that China would have done the opposite, that China would have fully supported the ongoing Russian war against Ukraine. Then I think this might have been a tipping point for international politics. This might have brought us into a new bipolar confrontation, a new bipolar Cold War, we and the Americans against the Chinese and the Russians. That would be catastrophic for our economy. It would also make it very difficult to tackle the climate crisis. So it is definitely in the interest of us Europeans to avoid such a new bipolar Cold War scenario. But I think by precisely not going all out in support of Russia, China has actually made a defining choice for itself, but also for the global order, because it means that the world still remains multipolar. There are four great powers, and yes, we and the Americans are closer to each other than to the others. China and Russia are closer to each other than to the others, but it's four powers with 4 times their own national interest. And when that interest demands it, they will cooperate or not cooperate with each of the other 3. So we stay in a multipolar scenario. As I always quote a Russian scholar, Dmitry Trenin from Carnegie Europe, when he says about the Chinese-Russian relationship, they will never go openly against each other, but they will also not always openly support each other. And this is, I think, what we see today. As I said, this is very positive for us, because it means in this multipolar dynamic that more options remain on the table, and that we can continue to cooperate with China, even while, as I said, relations with Russia will probably be frozen. In a way, Putin got what he wanted. Putin always said that he wanted a multipolar world, but of course, in his view, a multipolar world basically meant a world that is not run by the Americans. But what the multipolar world really means is that each pole defends its own interest, and if you want support from the other poles, well, you have to compete for that support. The reality is, Russia doesn't have much to offer to attract support, and it cannot conquer all the world to force people into support it. So Russia has, in a way, isolated itself. And the more brutal the war becomes, the more it isolates itself, and the more difficult it will become for China to openly side with Russia. Of course, the war is still evolving. We have to see how this goes. There are signs. There are reports about Russia having requested military support from China, for example. China has officially denied that. I certainly hope that the PRC will not go onto this road, because then we could still reach that tipping point. But so far, so good, at least from this big picture point of view. I think it is unwise, therefore, now for us to start to threaten China. As you hear from the Americans, don't help Russia avoid the sanctions, or you shall be punished as well. I'm not sure that is wise, because what is the point of our sanctions? Is it our point to make Russia go under, to make Russia collapse? I'm not sure that would be so much in our interest. Which security threats would we see then? So maybe in a way it's not too bad that we adopt sanctions that really do hurt, but that the economic lifeline that the Chinese-Russian relationship still offers the Putin regime stops Russia from collapsing. Maybe that is actually in our interest. We should also be honest with ourselves. I think the average age in the audience is high enough for most people to remember 2003, the Iraq War, when the United States invaded Iraq. From a legal point of view, there is no difference between the Russian invasion of Ukraine. It's an illegal invasion. The fact that Iraq was run by a nasty dictator didn't make that war legal. What did we do in Europe? Half of EU member states said, very good idea, and we'll join you. The other half of European member states said, very bad idea, you're going to wreck the region, and they were right. And they did explicitly condemn the United States. That is what China does not do today vis-à-vis Russia. Belgium, Luxembourg, France, and Germany were the most outspoken. But did we ever consider punishing China, the US, for its invasion of Iraq? Did we ever consider reducing our economic relations or limiting our contribution to NATO? Of course not. Of course not, we say. And so today we should be careful not to expect too much from China. Will China limit its relationships with Russia because it invades Ukraine? Of course not, you say, if you're sitting in Beijing. So we should not expect too much here. I think rather that the Middle Kingdom remains squarely in the middle in this particular case is already quite positive from a strategic point of view for us. Rather than threatening China, I think we should now use this moment of strength in a positive way. I do think we are in a stronger position than we thought, because nobody expected that the EU would adopt such forceful sanctions against Russia. Sanctions that will hurt us as well, and we'll have to explain that to our citizens, but sanctions that really hurt Russia. Europe is much more united than anybody would have expected in the face of this war. That is also a signal implicitly to China, because if we can be forceful and united in reaction to one war, we can be forceful and united in reaction to another. But I would translate this moment of strength into a positive tone and say, look, now perhaps is the time to put some dossiers on the table that have divided us these last 2 years or so, the EU and China, I mean, and let's talk about them in a constructive way, but talking from a position of strength. Because the one thing that Chinese diplomacy is good at, I think, is to always make the other party feel that they are on the demand side, even though in reality both are on the demand side. What are we in demand of? Cooperation, and let us hope that international politics will allow this cooperation to continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bisschop, for sharing with us your insights on the global political scene and the role of China therein and the other big players. I will move on to our next, going the wrong direction, to our next speaker, which is Professor Stefan de Smet, the Department of Pharmaceutics, Faculty of Pharmaceutical Sciences. And he will give us an introduction on one thing leads to another, the way I experienced China. Stefan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so thank you very much, Inge, and it's okay for me. No, it's okay. So thank you for giving me the opportunity also, Guido and Luc, thank you for, it's a pleasure to, let's say, to tell you my experience with China. You know, actually, my story in China, it started about 50 years ago, I would say, 2017. as you can see on this slide. So when a very young person, very young student named Chao Wang contacted me, he wrote me a letter. He wrote me a letter, you know, in 2017, 2007, I'm sorry. And actually, of course, I received that letter, and, you know, I was interested in that person, and I decided to call him in 2007. You know, there was no Zoom or no whatever. So I had this kind of black phone, so I called him. And you know, he told me later on that this was one of the most anxious moments in his life, to receive, you know, a call from Belgium from a professor. So anyway, it turned out that this student, that he joined our lab in October, and, you know, as he felt alone, he was here alone, you know, I invited him, as you can see, at home for Christmas. But I must say that this was a very dynamic student, because, you know, he even became the president of the students, the Chinese students here, in Ghent, so the organization, I forgot the name. Yes, and remember, there were 400 Chinese students at that time in Ghent. So he became the president of that. He was very dynamic. You know, he did it to invite, as you can see, Director Paul van Kouwenbergen on their events, and even the ambassador, you know, of China came to the event of the students. And actually, so when he left university in Ghent University in 2012 or something like that, he left to Switzerland for doing a postdoc, we actually decided that we would stay in contact, and when time would allow, that we would try to start to collaborate. And actually we kept our promise, which means that, but first, why do I tell you this little story? Because I go to my joint lab there. Because when I think back to this story, you know, I fully realize that the very beginning of this collaboration is in the open mind of a young person, a Chinese person who wants to discover the world, on the one hand, and also the open mind of, I was younger by that time, a young professor here in Ghent, who had an interest in a young person. That's the very beginning of the story, which I try to explain, try to summarize to you in the next slides. It's important to stress that, because I see there are many young people here in the room as well, so you have to believe in this. You don't have to be open-minded, but it's nice to be open-minded. So at this moment we have our, what we call, joint lab in place. So it's a joint lab between the Ghent University and so the Nanjing Forest University, in Nanjing, of course. And maybe, as you can see, so you know, some of you know I'm a pharmacist, and I guess I can imagine that some of you wonder, what can a pharmacist do in a forestry university? My answer to you is, do not be afraid of borders. Just cross them and you will discover a lot. So, of course, I don't have to explain to you where Nanjing is. You can easily reach it. You know, it's not too far. It's only 2 hours. It's far from here, but it's only 2 to 3 hours by train from Shanghai. But so you can easily reach it. And so what I typically do there in this joint lab is, you know, typically, at least before Corona, I was visiting Nanjing every summer. So I stayed there for 2-3 weeks, more or less. I was, of course, lecturing. I also had meetings, of course, with PhD students. And over the year, I'm often, let's say, revising manuscripts. And also, of course, we have joint PhDs in our lab in the Faculty of Pharmacy. So I wonder myself, what is the added value of that kind of collaboration? And I guess, as you can see on that slide, for our partners, our collaborators in, I don't know what happens with this slide. Something is wrong here with these slides, I don't know. Jen, that's very strange. It's, you know, these are not, I don't know what happens. Yeah. All these pictures, I don't know where they come from. Anyway, so, yeah. Yeah. Because I didn't forward the slides to you, isn't it? Anyway, we continue. No problem. So what is in this collaboration, the way I experience it? So, you know, I guess for the people in China, I guess it's nice, of course, that I can support their research. And so I try to do my best to support their research. I try to raise together with them some innovative questions, which is important. Of course, I have to check here. Yes, of course, they have the possibility, or I create the possibility for their students to follow lectures in English, which is also, I guess, an added value for many Chinese students as well. Another added value for them is the fact that, you know, they have a kind of extra access to financial supports due to this joint lab structure, which is an added value for my collaborators in Nanjing. And of course, I have a rather broad network, and sometimes I can use that network as well for them to expose them to my network and to facilitate certain activities. And of course, they can send students to Europe, which is a high value for them. I guess we may not forget that. Also, what is in for Ghent, in fact. So yes, that's a better slide. So actually, I must say that the joint lab for me is a kind of gate to China. It's an enormous country, and the fact that I have so strong collaborations, the collaborators there, it's a gate to China for me. And I must say that as an example, I have been, let's say, appointed as a kind of distinguished scientist from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And also I'm a professor at the USTC, University of Science and Technology in Hefei, which is a top 3 university in China. I guess this would never have been possible without having this kind of close connection with the Chinese partners. So I guess also for me, for us, it has facilitated a number of things. Of course, also, what's in for us as well, it also allows us to apply for dedicated funds at European level, which indeed still remains a challenge, but we do try to do that. And of course, I must say, for me, I really like that, because I like to discover the world, and the fact that I have these collaborators there really, let's say, engage me or allows me to further discover, let's say, this place of the world. So, preparing these slides here, I was wondering, in the end, does it make sense? So has it also impacted the science here, the scientific activities here in our Ghent University, in our department? And actually, I must say that it's really the case. And I tried to give 2 recent examples to explain that. For instance, a couple of months ago, we were publishing a paper in Nature Nanotechnology on a very new technology, on a very new method. I will not go into details, to deliver drugs into cells. And I must say that I really realized that, for instance, we make use of certain kind of fibers here. Fibers? Yeah. Here are these fibers. But I realized that these fibers, where the cells were growing, the technology to make those fibers, they were actually introduced in 2011 in our lab by these Chinese students which came to me. So just as an example, how this kind of collaboration in the end led to significant scientific results. Also, the very first author on this paper is a Chinese student, as you can see. So Ran Hua, you know him. He's now co-director of our lab in China. So this person has been FW postdoc here in Ghent, and after that period he moved to China. He's now the co-director of our joint lab. So just to say, he brought in the physics of that. He brought in the physics in that technology. So just to tell you that these type of collaborations have really also impacted our local research here in Ghent. And as the most recent example, so we also have a spin-off company on this technology. So TT indeed installed a spin-off company, Twins, recently. And as another example, so actually last week we published another paper in Nature Nanotechnology on a new method to treat a certain kind of diseases in the eye. And again, I fully realize that we have our Chinese collaborators on this paper. So just to tell you that this kind of collaboration, this kind of input also for us, has resulted or has meant or has impacted our scientific results here in Ghent. So I also have to say, for instance, regarding the leather technology, I guess it's also important to stress that. So we are, at this moment, our TT department is actually negotiating with a Chinese company about the Ghent IP regarding the leather technology. And I also would like to thank Luc, who brought me in contact with that company as well. And also, I would like to thank Dai Hua, who is actually an alumnus of the Ghent University and who is now a member of that company. So just to illustrate you how it all works and how this all comes together. So for me, there is, if I can summarize my experience with China, it's in fact very simple. As you can read on this slide, so one thing leads to another, everything is connected. That's how I experience this. From one thing comes another thing, just in a very spontaneous way. So what can I say more? So this is the official view on our collaboration, and this is the real view on our collaboration. And so the point is that as long as there is, how can I say? As long as there is trust, of course, as long as there is friendship, as long as there is energy. And as long as we believe in the power of young people, I'm sure that this collaboration will go on. And I'm sure that from one thing will keep on leading spontaneously to another thing in the future as well. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Professor De Smet, for this nice presentation brought from the personal point of view and your experience with setting up a network in China based on joint PhD students. Our last speaker is Stijn van Hulle, Professor Stijn van Hulle. He is member of the Department of Green Chemistry and Technology of the Faculty of Bioscience and Engineering, and he will give an introduction on Ghent University collaboration with China, the West Flanders perspective. Professor van Hulle, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everybody. So indeed, I'm Stijn van Hulle, and I will also give you a little bit of my experience of collaborating with China, although I must say it's probably not as an extended experience as some of the colleagues. I have indeed called it also the West Flanders experience because our lab is situated in the campus in Kortrijk, which is about 45 kilometers away from here. But the specific thing is that this city of Kortrijk is located in another province as well. So it's situated in the province of West Flanders, as opposed to Ghent, that is in the province of East Flanders. Because of this location in the province of West Flanders, we actually have an extensive collaboration with one particular province, which is the province of Zhejiang, because the province of West Flanders focuses on this province for over 20 years. So here you can see a picture of a visit of, I think, a couple of years ago with the former governor of the province and the current deputy governor to one of the labs that we are collaborating with. Okay, so because of this, actually, intensive contacts of the two provinces, of the province of West Flanders and province of Zhejiang, my personal experience has also been, well, I've traveled around already in China, but we have been focusing on collaboration mainly with that province, with institutes in Zhejiang. First time I went there personally was in 2007 on a study trip with our students. But since then we have actually been on a number of study trips with our students. We have that teachers exchange. We had a summer school being organized. We have MSc and PhD students exchanged. Both Chinese students coming to Belgium and Belgian students going to China, and also we had some collaborative research. So that's actually, let's say, the last 15 years. We've been supported quite a lot by both the China platform of Ghent University and the province. And then, let's say, recently, we also had quite a surge in scholarships. I think the CSC has already been mentioned, but we also have a number of students from the Guangzhou Elite project. So you can see a picture of some of our current Chinese students. I think we have currently about 10 PhD students in the lab working on all kinds of subjects related to water and wastewater treatment and reuse. So that's a topic that we're working on in our lab. So that's, let's say, the current situation. What will the future bring? I think, we try to continue on the same route. We would like to combine the support that we have from the province and from the China platform. And actually, we would like to incorporate this in a couple of initiatives that we're also taking actually here in Ghent, being the Capture Initiative, which is a research institute that focuses on resource recovery for in water, CO2, and plastics. There's also VeggieTech, which, we had a minor setback in VeggieTech last week Friday because we had a rather, a fire in the building. But let's say we try to work in the VeggieTech initiative, which is focusing on food and feed. And then there's also VLAQUA, which is a Flemish knowledge center on water treatment and technology. So let's say that these are the kind of initiatives and organizations that we try to work with. And the main focus, that has already been mentioned, is actually that we like to do industrial relevant research, and I can show you some pictures on how we do this. And it means that we actually also go out of the lab. We have a lab in Kortrijk, but we try to go out of the lab, taking samples, doing experiments. We do this with our regular students, but we also do this with our MSc and PhD students from China. What is also, and again, we have also the support from the province of West Flanders, because they have a specific call where they try to set together a Belgian or West Flanders, Flanders University with a Flemish company, collaborating with a Chinese university and a Chinese company to have this kind of industrial R&D projects on all kinds of topics, but preferably on this kind of resource recovery project. So for now, we have 2 of these projects running. And the idea is then to also have some exchange with China within these projects. And then, of course, it's already been talked about by some of my colleagues, but we also aim actually to have the joint lab on water and wastewater treatment, which we are currently working towards. We also have some support again from the China platform and from the province of West Flanders. So that's a little bit how we see the future. And actually, this is in a nutshell what I wanted to tell you. So thank you for your attention as well.
Thank you, Professor Van Hulle, for sharing with us your views on collaborating with colleagues in China. We have some time left now for panel discussion. And a first question that came out to me is, and I would like to ask this question to Professor Sorlos, what is his view on the developments in research cooperation in the last decennia, and how do you see the future of collaborating with China? I mean, what is your opinion on that?
Well, I think it has been covered by a number of the presentations. Speaking now from my own experience over the past 30 plus years, we have seen a tremendous development in R&D competences in China. A lot of it returning postdocs from be it the US, be it Japan, be it Europe. And I think we have to realize, at least in some sectors, I can only speak for our sector, but I suppose from what I heard from the colleagues, that we are in quite a number of disciplines, we are reaching equality. We are reaching a stage where we have to see that the collaboration is, let's say, at the same level and respecting the same level, because this is something which, especially in Asia, especially in China, people are very sensitive for. So that's why I'm really pleased that I heard from a number of the panel members here that they focus on joint PhD. I think this is where our university, this is where Europe, this is where the northern countries should really focus on. It will be tremendously appreciated by China and the Asian countries that we respect that we are at, let's say, similar competences in certain fields. And it means also that for our university, for the next generations, that we will be able, in the different disciplines, to have a finger on the pulse. Because this is where we will see in a lot of disciplines that there will be more research funding available than here in our countries, in our region. So I'm very optimistic for the future, but we need to do it on respecting equal partnership, equal competences.
May I also ask the question to Professor Van Hulle to give his view on collaboration with Chinese colleagues?
Well, I think I agree that we should indeed try to have this collaborative research and not thinking that we should just get the Chinese students here and then educate them and send that back, but really have this kind of collaboration. Even in some more difficult times, as in the Corona times, we try to do this. For example, we try to send some of our students to China for a couple of months doing research there, and I think so that's what I think we should do. I agree also that we should try to be on the same level. That's also something that's very important. What I also realized is that they also have institutes with a lot of equipment, with a lot of possibilities. So it's not that we should just have students here and educate them. We should really try to exchange both our students to China, Chinese students to here, sending Chinese students even back for a couple of months to do research in their home institutes and so on. So exchange, collaboration, and so on is to my opinion, very important, in that sense.
Thank you. One of the sustainable formats for research collaboration over a longer period is, of course, setting up a joint lab with a Chinese institute. And I would like to ask Professor De Meyer on his own reflections on, is that the ultimate way of collaborating with a university, a research group for the future, or are there other ways of collaborating also and to set up something sustainable over the years in the future?
First of all, I think that a sustainable collaboration is based on the good link between at least two persons. That's the first thing. But the joint labs, they offer some advantages. I think they offer perhaps more advantages to the Chinese colleagues than to us, because it gives them in China a certain status, a certain level of recognition. It's perhaps less important on our side. So the question in our case came from the Chinese colleagues. Should it be possible to establish this joint lab? And I think at that moment there were only a few labs. Now we have more labs, but I think perhaps the second or the third of the joint labs was then established in 2017 or 16. And it is important to obtain also means on the Chinese side. Our colleagues obtain more facilities when they are in a joint lab than with this joint lab.
Yeah. Okay. Professor De Smet, you also have set up a joint lab. Yes. And you addressed in your presentation the added value and the impact and all positive things. But I was wondering, are there also challenges or even pitfalls while setting up and working with a joint lab with a specific Chinese partner?
Okay, so does it work? I'm sorry. So thank you, Dirk, for your question. So so indeed, so in my slides I showed the positive side. And I must say that, it remains a challenge, that's clear. It's not for granted. It's kind of, you need a lot of energy for that. And, in fact, at this very moment, I'm struggling with the question how to move to the next level of that collaboration. And so, we have a joint lab officially in place. We have, as you can see, we have indeed activities ongoing. And so, but in the end, it's not for granted that we keep on having this good whatever relationship, because it heavily depends on people, as Philippe also explained. And so the question is how to bring it to a next level is a huge challenge. For instance, at this moment, I feel, for instance, that it's quite, a great challenge for us, for instance, to fully participate in the EU funding. So where you can apply as a European country together with China for funding. Even also, here locally, so at the FWO, it's a kind of challenge to get a project funded for a collaboration with your joint lab, people from your joint lab with China. So it is not easy, let's say. And in fact, but this is a very personal impression. But I guess this is the same for many colleagues here. So we are also very limited in time. It takes your time, it takes energy, it takes your time, and as professors here in Ghent University, we have to do so many things, of course, that in fact the time which is limited, which you can spend to this relation and to this collaboration is, I'm sorry to say it in Flemish, but het is tussen de soep en de patatten dat wij dat doen. Hè. So I don't know how to translate this in English, but you know that it's
I will not try to translate that.
But you know it works, and you know I'm very pleased with the outcome as I have tried to explain to you. But I fully realize to move to a next level we need something else, for which I do not have the answer right now.
Yeah. Okay. There are also Stijn van Hullig. You also have a joint lab. You also have reflections on.
Well, we don't have a formal joint lab,
Not yet.
but we have not yet. But we have, of course, some collaboration, and I fully agree with what has been said here. Also, it's well, for me, it's not necessary to have this kind of formal joint lab and all the administration and time consumption that comes with it. But what I find very important, and whether you call it a joint lab or a knowledge institute or whatever, is that you have a kind of a couple of partners in China where you can really collaborate with, that you know that you can send students to, that are sending students to us, that you know that they have a very good research infrastructure. So apart from how you call it, whether it's a research institute, joint lab, or whatever, as long as you have a kind of good partners with good infrastructure, with good students, good exchange, that for me is very important. And although I also see that for some of us young colleagues, it's important to have this kind of framework, because indeed they can have some funding, they can have some these kind of things. But for me, the main message that I want to give is that I like to have a couple of partners where you can really collaborate with, and that you know. So it's not really a random partnership where you have a couple of visits and you go there for half an hour and every 2 years. No, it's really a partnership where you have contact with, that you can collaborate with. That's important.
Mm-hmm. So. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Patrick, please.
Very right what has been mentioned. It all depends on funding. And what has been mentioned and what a lot of our collaboration was based on EU funding. And you might know, when we are talking about the field of aquaculture, Europe and China have really, really complementary interests, synergies that could be considered. I'm particularly disappointed, and that was decided last year, that the EU DGRTD has decided no more cooperation with China. I think we need to lobby. We need to say politically, as has been mentioned, there might indeed be differences, and we respect differences, but please let the scientists remain on speaking terms. That does not mean that funding needs to go to China, but that at least the cooperation between China and Europe, co-financed on the European side, co-financed on the China side. And think about, it has been mentioned, think about climate change, think about food production. We have so much to win in a cooperation between China and Europe.
Thank you, Patrick. Yeah, it has been mentioned, the European Union, that puts a temporary stop on the funding of collaboration with China. Perhaps a question to Professor Bisschop. Okay, your insights on that. How would you see it evolve over the coming months, years?
We need to look like a press conference here.
Sorry for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should indeed be careful and not throw away the baby with the bathwater sometimes. In my view, regardless of the politics, I mean, my view is, of course, inherently political, right? What I research is actually the politics of it. But I think we should be careful that we don't mix the science and the politics all the time. I think in every field one has to be conscious of the politics, because they define the framework within which one operates, but they should not define the degree of cooperation itself. And so I agree that in certain fields one has to be careful if one deals with sensitive topics, but for me the starting point should always be we cooperate. The starting point should not be we don't cooperate. The starting point should always, I think, be exchange of students and faculty. And maybe to end on that, I think it's always massively important that the more Chinese students study here and vice versa, the better, because Chinese student, that many in the room, that spends a year or a semester or even longer here, we also have seen one other way of organizing a society. And it's not our aim that these people go back and become revolutionaries, but at least that they go back with more understanding of how we do things, and that works in both directions, of course. Thanks.
Thank you. One of, some critical points and matters came up in the last years, like dual use, like foreign interference, and these kind of things. This also somehow hampers collaboration with colleagues abroad. Do you have some insights on that, on how you see that evolve, influence? How can we somehow, convince our politicians that what we are doing is the right thing as researchers?
Again, I think the general rule is we cooperate, and I think we should clearly identify which sectors we consider to be sensitive, and then make sure that we have the right protective mechanisms, but in those sectors. But rather than letting those sectors infect the whole of the cooperation, that would be my starting point. Obviously, when you talk about defense technology, that is one of those sectors. But I feel that in reality, in many areas, you can do a lot, provided that where it's necessary, you build in the necessary protective mechanisms. I think that goes for the overall relationship. You can maintain an open economy as EU, and you can have deep economic cooperation also with China if you build in the necessary protective mechanisms that allow you to stay open. The answer is never, I think, to close off.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I'm looking at the audience. Are there questions from the audience to ask? Yeah. There is a mic coming.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris Baker, Department of Medicine of Ghent University. Thank you for your very, very interesting talk for this morning. But I had a question. We have several CSC students as well in our department, and they are only I'm the supervisor of, but I have a collaborator in China. He's not part of a lab, but he's also a professor. Can he then be? Because I do believe in the intention of a joint PhD, but that seems to be a bit of a difficulty. When we need to have a student for a PhD, you need a promoter. Here, if you have to need a promoter to the other country, but it seems not to be the same for China. Maybe I'm mistaken, but can you have a joint PhD between two persons and not between two joint labs?
Yeah. Who wants to answer? There are perhaps several answers.
Yeah, well, in any case, it is possible. There are many examples here, the different faculties. And in fact, it is, I give a concrete example on how, in fact, the suggestion came from China to consider the joint PhD. More than 10 years ago, I think some 12 or 13 years ago, Ocean University of China, and they were asking, my good friends there, they were asking, Patrick, are you not interested to get better students? Oh, I said, we are very happy. Yeah, but we are not happy to send our best students to Ghent to get the degree from Ghent University and not from Ocean University of China. And that's where, in fact, the suggestion and the idea came. So you see, it works both ways. But I agree with you, the problem is you have to have a counterpart where in terms of quality, in terms of accreditation, in terms... So I think there are many good examples from different faculties here. Let's help each other. And if one or another lab is interested to see how this could be further developed, call upon the people who have the relationship, and they can probably help and give you suggestions on how to make it work.
Just a small remark. We are misusing the word joint PhD. It are not joint PhDs. It are double PhDs. Because a joint PhD is one PhD that is given by the two universities together. If Belgian law allows this, or Flemish law allows this, the Chinese law does not allow it. So you are signing with the other institution a convention of co-diploming the student to give 2 diplomas at the same time with the same jury and with, in fact, a supervisor on each institution. It's a double PhD and not a joint PhD.
Thank you for this clear answer. Yes, the second question.
So the double PhD also, so the double means 2 PhD diploma, and joint means 1 diploma. There's 2 universities, right?
Yeah.
It's not allowed in China, yes.
Yeah.
But for double degree also, so if the students, let's say CSA, join the PhD, we call it a sandwich PhD. So the student can spend 1 up to 2 years here abroad. But the student finally needs to go back to China, the home university, to defend the PhD thesis to get the PhD degree. But one thesis to get a 2 degree diploma is not also allowed in China. I'm from Beijing Jiao Tong University because I have been doing international exchanges for over 17 years before I came to Leuven. So then we struggled actually for a long time to how to develop the double PhD degree. So are you sure? So because just now you presented, for your joint laboratory, so you have educated 18 double PhD students. Yeah, so I think they all from China, but how can they be awarded a double degree only one thesis with?
They are making 2 versions of the PhD, an English version and a Chinese language version. And they are presenting the both defense. No, there is only one defense, a common defense, as the Belgian style, a pre-defense, and then with a common jury, and afterwards the final, the public defense, also with the common jury. But there are 2 copies of the thesis, of the written thesis, but there's only one defense, a common defense.
Okay, so as far as I understand, so the thesis would be written both in Chinese and in English.
Yeah.
So the students can apply for the Chinese degree with Chinese version.
Yeah, they need the Chinese version to be, let us say, in concordance with the Chinese regulations. They need the Chinese copy for that.
But only one research.
Only one research. The same research is presented. It's only one research is presented in one pre-defense and one final defense, but there are 2 copies of the document, of the written document.
Okay. Before I came to...
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think that we have...
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Before closing this panel session, I would like to ask one question to each of the panel members and to give a convincing factor for a professor who is planning to start a collaboration with a Chinese colleague. What would be a convincing factor that you would give to him or her? Stefan? No. Suppose you have a young professor, and he has the opportunity to start, or is asked to start up a collaboration with a Chinese colleague. What would be a convincing factor to say, yes, do it? And I ask it to each of the panel members.
For me, I fully agree with what Stan explained. So just talk about relationship. So it means, do you feel well with that colleague? Do you see a future together? So this is very personal, but it is very essential. So in my opinion, this is most important. So
Thank you. Philip?
I fully agree with Stefan. All started with an invitation to visit them for a workshop, and then come back please next year, and we started the exchanges, but all is based on personal relationship.
Yep. Patrick?
And then you start from personal relations, and then it becomes 1 + 1 is 3.
Mm-hmm. Sven?
Yeah, I was going to say it starts from that, but then I think all of us then need to bring in the next colleague, and then you make a chain and it carries on.
And finally, Sven?
Well, I just want to say that they are very nice people to work with and very hardworking, warm people. Next to the science, it's also personal that they are very, as a whole, very nice people.
So to conclude, just start up a collaboration, do it. Jump into the water. Yeah, Patrick.
And I think from the panel here, I would like to compliment the China platform, because it's very important that the university is facilitating these opportunities and a proactive way in mobilizing people, in helping the young scientists because for the young scientists, like we have just heard, wow, but how can we approach it? So facilitate, and thank you very much. I think China platform here is doing a good job.
Okay. I will here close the panel session. I thank Professor Stefan de Smet, Philippe de Meyer, Patrick Zorgeloos, Sven Biskop, and Stijn van Ulle for their participation in this panel session. You as the audience, and there is some coffee, tea waiting for you in preparation of the next panel session. Thank you.
So thank you, everybody. As Dirk just mentioned, coffee, tea next door. But I hereby would like to kindly invite you to also have a look at all the posters at display. We have 19 researchers who submitted a poster for the poster session. So please enjoy looking at all the posters during your coffee break. We will reconvene at 11:15 sharp in this room. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I hope you enjoyed this short coffee break, and I very much hope that you enjoyed all the posters. I now have the pleasure to invite the 5 panel members of the panel session on education to take their seats on stage. I don't have to invite our director, he's already here with me on stage, Professor Luc Terme, director of the China platform, who will moderate this session on education. So visions on the developments in education, an internationalization strategy for all. So please, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. Yet again, as I also mentioned with the first panel session, the Counselor on Education, so Counselor Zheng Baoguo from the Chinese Embassy, would have loved to be here with us today to give his contribution. Unfortunately, he cannot because he's currently in China. But he was also so kind to send in a recorded presentation as a way of contributing to this panel session. I wish you all a very interesting panel session now to come.
Distinguished Professor Luc Terme, expert and scholars, students and friends, good morning. I am Zheng Baoguo from the education section of Chinese Embassy in Belgium. I'd like to thank the China platform of Ghent University for inviting me to join the panel session for celebrating the 15th anniversary of the China platform. The topic of my speech is Trends of Internationalization of Education, China's Exploration and Practice. First of all, I would like to state that my speech only represents my personal views. The internationalization of education as a concept is undoubtedly advanced. For a university, internationalization is not only a remarkable feature of a high-level university, but also an important symbol of the strength of running the university. However, to promote the internationalization of education requires not only the willingness, but also the strengths and the conditions as the foundation. From the practice of education internationalization in various countries, most developing countries have not reached the stage of pursuing education internationalization. Even in developed countries, the internationalization of education is carried out in higher education. Only a few universities in the world have the conditions and abilities to implement internationalization strategy on a larger scale. Due to the differences in the development history, level, and the quality of higher education in different countries, the development strategies and measures for internationalization of higher education vary from country to country. In China, the official documents have not taken the internationalization of education as the strategic goal of education development. And even the concept is rarely used. The emphasis is more on strengthening international exchanges and cooperation in education, or accelerating the opening up of education. In my opinion, there are both theoretical reasons and practical considerations. In theory, the academic circles have not yet reached the agreement on the definition of education internationalization, nor even an authoritative opinion. To avoid misunderstandings, it is necessary to avoid using the concept, which may lead to different understandings. In practice, The current development strategy of China's education internationalization is only implemented in a very small number of universities. And the conditions is not yet ripe for the comprehensive implementation of education internationalization strategy in a short period. However, strengthening international exchanges and cooperation education or accelerating the opening up of education is similar to internationalization of education in connotation. When writing articles, some Chinese scholars often equate the former with internationalization of education. But I think the actual differences between the two. The biggest difference is that the strengthening international exchanges and cooperation education or accelerating the opening up of education only provides guidance instead of setting unified quantitative requirements. Whereas the internationalization of education is different in that it not only provides guidance, but also especially emphasizes concrete indicators and quantitative requirements. Since reform and opening up, China has been attaching great importance to the issue of internationalization of education. As early as in 1983, Mr. Deng Xiaoping, the chief architect of China's reform and opening up, put forward the famous thesis that education should be geared to the needs of modernization of the world and of the future. Gearing education to the needs of the world is similar to the concept of internationalization of education. In this connection, President Xi Jinping put forward a series of new ideas and has sworn on many important occasions to accelerating the opening up of education. At present, China's education opening up policies and legislations have been gradually improved, and the top-level design has been significantly enhanced. The latest policy document issued is the opinions of the Ministry of Education and the other 7 departments on accelerating and expanding the opening up of education in the new era. Since 2013, the International Cooperation and Exchanges Department of Ministry of Education of China has commissioned the survey on the internationalization development of China's higher education institutions. And the Xi'an Jiaotong University in China has also launched a research project on ranking of internationalization levels of Chinese universities since 2013. After years of efforts, China's education internationalization, especially the internationalization of higher education, has made great progress with following characteristics. Firstly, the internationalization of education is made promoted in higher education. The universities covered by Project 985 rank high among domestic universities in terms of the degree of internationalization and are further accelerating the pace of becoming international. Secondly, the international layout of China's education opening up to the outside world is relatively balanced. China has established various forms of extensive cooperation with universities of many Western developed countries. At the same time, China has also strengthened educational exchanges and cooperation with Association of Southeast Asian Nations countries along the Belt and the Road, and the Central and the Eastern European countries. It can be said that China's education partners are all over the world, and China has become the world's largest source country of international students, and the largest destination country of overseas study in Asia. Third, operation running schools in flourishing. As of August 2020, nearly 2,300 Chinese foreign cooperative education institutions and projects have been approved and filed by the Ministry of Education, of which 1,200 educational institutions and projects are above undergraduate levels. Fourthly, international exchanges and cooperation in the field of higher vocational education are gaining greater attention. And the cooperation running schools in the field of vocational education has also yielded initial positive results. The level of education internationalization in China has increased in recent years. Yet, if measured from relevant indicators, the level still remains relatively low. In the future, the internationalization of China's education will still face many challenges. Firstly, China's education exchanges and cooperation with Western developed countries have encountered some political interference. Secondly, the brain drain in the process of education internationalization has not been well resolved. Many Chinese students studying for PhD degrees in developed countries have not returned to China after graduation. Thirdly, the need to properly handle the relationship between internationalization and localization. Fourthly, most colleges and universities don't have mature conditions and sufficient capabilities to implement internationalization. Above mentioned issues are the priorities that China must attach great importance to and work hard to resolve in our efforts to make colleges and universities more international in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, education is a lofty cause of mankind. Accelerating the opening up of education is the major strategic measure taken by the Chinese government to deepen the education reform. Over the years, China and Belgium have achieved fruitful results in education exchanges and cooperation. And there will be more potential for further cooperation in the future. One of the important responsibilities of the education section of the Chinese Embassy in Belgium is to promote education exchanges and cooperation between China and Belgium. We stand ready to have exchanges and discussions on the topic with all relevant institutions, experts, and scholars. If you are interested, please contact us by email. Our email address is 教育处.比利时@skynet.be. The above are the views and information I'd like to share with you today. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, also on my behalf, welcome to this session devoted to education. So we had already very immediately a presentation. We still have 5 panelists, as you can see here on the scene.
and they will all give their opinion about some specific aspects of education and internationalization of education. So we will start with Ms. Irina Ferenc. She is director of the Academic Cooperation Association, which is a mainly European network of funding agencies of international cooperation and student mobility in higher education. She works in the field of higher education since 2008, having specific expertise in the area of student and staff mobility in the European context, as well as in assessing and advising on strategic internationalization activities at institutional and national level, with a growing interest in the area of inclusive internationalization. This expertise is derived from working directly with higher education institutions, funding organizations, and policymakers at national and European level, stakeholder organizations, and international data collectors. So, Ms. Irina, may I now invite you to the stage, please. The floor is yours.
Hello to you all, please allow me to start by expressing my words of congratulations to Ghent University on the 15th anniversary of the China platform. Wishing it many happy returns, as they say, also with a warm thank you for the invitation to contribute to today's panel. I will do so from the perspective of a stakeholder organization in international higher education, the Academic Cooperation Association that I represent. And I will try to reflect on some of the overarching trends we see at European level on the topic of the panel. So as I'm advancing the slides, there we are, ready to start. All right, in starting the presentation, I wanted to use just a couple of words on the Academic Cooperation Association that I represent for you to better understand the perspective from which I'm addressing you today, which, as many other associations in this field of international higher education, is based in Brussels, and which I think is a different kind at the same time a stakeholder organization, because we bring together what we call national level internationalization funding agencies in many European countries. And I think this positioning is quite important in today's discussion, because these types of agencies that are also in many of these European countries, also the national agency for Erasmus Plus in their respective systems, really sit at an intersection between higher education institutional policies, between national policies, and also European policies in the area of education and research and international cooperation. And this is why I think particularly the topic of today's panel, a vision for inclusive or internationalization for all, is particularly important, because it really governs the work that we do also as an association at the moment. Now, getting to the topic of the presentation, I would actually say that the current vision at the European level, and I should have started, I think, with this disclaimer that I will try to paint a broad brush picture. Of course, Europe is diverse, it's a big continent, we have important differences, but at the same time we are united in a number of approaches. So I will make a bold statement in saying that I think the vision we have at the European level in this area of education is one that actually goes beyond this idea of internationalization for all. Seeing internationalization, I think, as a process that is inclusive, indeed, so for all, but also one that takes advantage of the digital advancements to enhance international cooperation, one that is green, and that also tackles issues of sustainability from an environmental perspective, one that is synergetic, and that is bringing or increasing integration between the 3 or 4, depending on how we count institutional missions in the area of international cooperation, and particularly between education and research. And last but not least, one that is rooted in European and in fundamental academic values, and what is currently called more and more at the level of the European Commission, the European way of life. I hope we can agree it's a rather encompassing vision with many different dimensions. So what I will try to do next, very briefly, is to take you on a short journey through 5 main points on how I think we've got to the current stage of developments, zooming into some specific trends we see in this broader discussion about internationalization for all at the European level, and then also listing some important transformations that we see unfolding as we meet today, with a short overview of what the future might necessitate. All right, then I would further say that I think, in fact, this current vision of internationalization for all, or inclusive internationalization, and we could discuss maybe later on how we want to define that, has been one long in the making in the European context, with notable institutions being frontrunners, for sure, in specific sub-areas before this approach started to become currently more mainstreamed and more institutionalized. And what you see here on the slides are just some highlights, I think, of some important developments that have, over the years, contributed to what we currently define within the European context as internationalization for all. An important development for me still is the emergence of this concept of internationalization at home, already in the year 2000, defined by a number of colleagues active in our field at the time, that was supposed to be a call for action at institutional level to focus international cooperation beyond mobility and to make international and intercultural competences and skills a reality also for the majority of students that do not take part in mobility opportunities. Further on, we've taken, I think, some inspiration some years later from the United States through this concept of comprehensive internationalization, which for me is also going hand in hand with this idea of internationalization for all and with all. And importantly, I think in the policy context, in the Bologna process context more particularly, there's been a long-standing push for widening access in higher education with many groundbreaking approaches, of which international cooperation and particularly mobility also benefited. So I think as a result of these developments, we saw, amongst others, the emergence of this mobility benchmark, 20% of students with an international experience by 2020. That was actually a commitment made here in Belgium, in Leuven, Louvain-la-Neuve, at the ministerial conference. What we see more recently, though, and I think that is really from 2018 onwards, a new impetus, a new reemergence of these concepts with a changing narrative as well. Part of it coming from the Bologna context, again, where I think in the aftermath of the refugee crisis that started in 2017, and in the aftermath of a series of terrorist attacks we've had in Europe, this idea of the importance of inclusive education as a means to inclusive societies, and that is societies that value diversity and prevent radicalization, started to re-emerge. Then I think, again, in the Bologna context, realizing that this 20% mobility benchmark might not be realized, further commitments were made to increase access to mobility opportunities, and specific principles for inclusive mobility were taken forward. And then I think in the context of partnership development, and from the very start of the launch of the European Universities initiative, I think due very much also to stakeholder involvement and advocacy, we've had this debate about the relationship between excellence and inclusion. And the approach of the European Commission ultimately, I think, was to take an approach for excellence through inclusion, and what is currently defined in strategic document as inclusive excellence. I think what is noteworthy in these developments that I think you can hint at from the slide is that this idea of inclusive internationalization, or inclusive for all, started to encompass different types of internationalization activities, from student mobility indeed, but also relating to the classroom teaching and learning experience, to partnerships and strategic collaboration more broadly. Currently, I think we witness a further acceleration and a mainstreaming of these approaches, and that comes partly through the framework of funding programs, and that comes partly through the framework of guiding strategic documents. So when we talk about funding programs, I want to mention that we know all in the area of education at European level, the Erasmus Plus program that was launched with this aim of tripling beneficiaries, so increasing participation in the program, making the program more inclusive, and with a number of important and developments as a result. So the program brings also from a funding perspective a broadening of the target groups of these inclusive approaches. Whereas in the past, the program primarily focused on supporting, for example, students with disabilities and students from a lower socioeconomic background. So now we have a much broader definition of who might have to be further included. An important call for action for national level actors to launch related policies and strategies, but also to monitor progress. So not only talk, but also do and demonstrate what is being done. And also reward inclusive approaches in the framework of partnerships. Further on, when we look again at the European Universities Initiative, I think to a large extent now the current trend of enlarging selected alliances has been defined by the European Commission as an approach to support further inclusiveness of this initiative. And at strategy level, I think it's very briefly important to mention two developments. One is the inclusion and diversity strategy that was launched last year, which is a strategy that is cross-sectoral and puts some important base for further collaboration between different types of actors active in supporting widening inclusion. And then the recently launched European strategy for universities earlier this year that has a pillar 2 focused on this area of inclusion and diversity, and also gender equality. Right, so this was more or less the policy evolution and the program evolution. Now, the practice reality check, I would say, is that while at European policy level, this is definitely a shared objective, different countries, national agencies, and higher education institutions have different starting points in this quest for more inclusive internationalization activities, and with those that have been front runners in widening access to higher education, for example, having a clear lead start. The main advantage that I see that these types of actors have in the current efforts is being able to more clearly define the different groups that have to be further included in internationalization activities and being able to monitor progress, which is one of, I think, the main challenges that many actors are encountering at the moment due to differences in national legislations, histories, and so on. So because of this, I think that although inclusive internationalization is an encompassing vision, for most countries and higher education institutions, engaging with this objective will be a sequential approach. And we will likely see a prioritization, as we see already in some countries, of those groups that are already identifiable, and a gradual expansion to including additional groups later on as data and support measures will become available. And I think it's also important when we look at this debate is the institutional transformations that we already see starting, and that reflects in many ways. For example, through the emergence of new positions, of new roles within higher education institutions, within national agencies, the so-called inclusion officers, and changes in the way in which institutions and departments work together, and particularly within the context of our conversation today between international relations offices on the one hand and inclusion or diversity offices on the other. Now, I've mentioned already that I do see inclusive internationalization as an encompassing vision, but that it might be a sequential approach for many countries. At the same time, I think for many countries and higher education institutions, whether we like it or not, it will be a journey that starts again by making international student mobility more inclusive. And I think there are some practical reasons for that. Partly probably because of the centrality that mobility still plays within institutional actions, although the pandemic has also, I think, shown us very clearly the risks of over-reliance on physical mobility opportunities only. And then I think partly because there is, again, earmarked funding to support these developments, and we have research evidence that shows of the impact that this funding actually has on institutional level action. So while this might be a narrower type of approach and maybe not so ideal as a starting point, I think it has its own complexity. Again, because of a variety of types of target groups and their different definitions in different countries. Also because of the intersectionality of this group, so one and the same person belonging often to different types of categories, encountering different kinds of barriers, and the complexity of needs-based support. And maybe one word in passing here at the end is that although most of these developments, I think in this European context now focus on making outgoing mobility more inclusive through the reciprocal nature of exchanges, we're also seeing these concerns being raised about how to make incoming mobility more inclusive as well. And that it's a broader discussion with partner universities abroad about a shared understanding of inclusion that also necessitates a different and deeper type of collaboration between home and host institutions. I've mentioned already at the beginning that inclusion, I think, is not the only policy objective we have currently at the European level, and these objectives are quite defined in a joint sort of way. So they are pursued, I think, at the same time together. At the same time, I think the level of priority that different objectives have in different countries will vary. What is important, though, I think, in this context is to also acknowledge that these different objectives might lead to certain tensions between themselves that will have to be identified and that will have to be reconciled in the process of implementation. And some of the questions I've listed there, I think, lead already to some of these questions. Very briefly, because it was mentioned, I think already in the previous panel, we're living at a time when we see a prevalence of values and a prevalence of values in shaping international cooperation also in the field of education at the European level. Values that have been defined in different policy documents that you see listed here on the slide. And that we've seen enacted through the Team Europe approach during the pandemic, for example, but also through the European level response to the war in Ukraine at the moment, where we see discontinuation for a first time of system level and institutional level cooperation in education and research, while keeping the door open to individual level cooperation. And I think that will raise question on the future of inclusive internationalization in the European context. A future that I think, when we look at the vision, has to remain an open vision and an open future, and one that will necessitate us, I think, to use much more often than we have in the past these core lessons we've learned through the pandemic experience as well, of resilience, of agility and flexibility. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this overview. I try to switch to the next slide. So the next speaker is Mr. Frederik de Decker. He is, as most of you know, the head of the International Relations Office at our university. And he started his professional career in internationalization more than 25 years ago. And this was triggered by his own stay abroad in the Netherlands and Poland. And previously to that, he had different responsibilities related to internationalization in various Flemish higher education institutes, among which the University College Artevelde Hogeschool. And from this position, then he moved to Ghent University Association. He participates regularly as an expert in international projects, mainly dealing with internationalization, educational development, qualifications, frameworks, and quality assurance. Frederik, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Luc, for the kind introduction, and thank you all for sharing this day with us, the scene already, and I will jump in on that immediately by sharing that this idea that was presented by Irina is what we try to put in practice here at Ghent University at the moment as well, starting from a holistic and ethical vision in which we think that if we're talking about internationalization, we have to take these 5 P's into account. That means that we have to be aware of what we do with regard to the people, the prosperity piece, the partnership and planet. And that's at the heart of the Sustainable Development Goals. And so for us also, internationalization or offering internationalization experiences for all our students, which needs or which necessitates us to diversify in this respect, is really linked to this SDG motive of leave no one behind. So it's not only a European agenda, but really a global agenda that sets the scene for this internationalization for all strategy that we try to put in place. In our institution-wide KPIs with regard to internationalization, we have translated this in two very clear objectives. And I've heard the representative of the embassy in his speech referring to indeed the importance of putting forward qualitative, but also indeed quantitative aims that you want to achieve as an institution. And this is what we have decided, that is that we want 25% of our graduates to have a study abroad experience, but at the same time, we also want all our programs to embed international and intercultural competences in their program competence. And I will go into more detail on that later. Well, this should be a bit lower. The focus first is on this 25% of all graduates having a study abroad experience. That is that if we really want to turn this also mobility aspect into a more inclusive mobility aspect, we have to look at mobility as starting as being not an aim in itself, but as a way, as a means to an end, which is the enhancement of the students' international and intercultural competences. This is translated in a new Ghent University policy with the targets for student mobility after 2020, in which this inclusive mobility has been based on two core principles. The first one being that there are different types of internationalization experiences. By the way, if you need an explanation why there is a shift with the, it's because of the specific Ghent University layout and the specific letter type, which is not supported by all computers. But okay, I think you can understand what the idea is behind this. Two core principles. The first one being that we treat, or that we say that all kinds of internationalization experiences, all kinds of mobilities are treated in the same way. That means that whatever type of mobility, whether it is short or long-term, or whether it's for research or it's for following courses abroad, etc., we all treat it in the same way, as long as they are outcomes oriented. As I said, it's the result that is most important for us there. And a second very important principle is that quality is key. It means that for us, curriculum committees, as we call them, play a crucial role in establishing the partnerships with qualitative partners from abroad. We monitor this quality of our partnerships in order to make sure that what our students do abroad is fully recognized, which is, I think, a basic principle if we're talking about inclusive mobility, because if we can't guarantee that what our students do abroad is fully recognized, that's, of course, putting another burden on the students' shoulders. We have introduced for this inclusive mobility two important concepts. One is related to embedding so-called windows of opportunity in the curricula. That means that there is really a space, we want programs to build in a space in their curricula that facilitate this learning, this international learning, and this achievement of international intercultural competences. And a second principle that we use is a so-called stepping stone principle. So we are now supporting programs in building in different I will immediately go to that, building phases within their curriculum that gradually offers students the opportunity to become more and more internationally, interculturally competent. That can be through internationalization at home activities at the beginning of their studies, that can move on to short-term mobility, and then studying abroad for a semester and moving on to degree mobility and joint programs towards the end, for instance, in their master's programs. There are some concrete measures that we want to put in place there, and that is that we think that for students who want to study abroad, it is important that we, if they have specific points of attention, that we have the possibility to mention that, for instance, in their learning agreement. We also want to use adapted communication for students from the diverse backgrounds that we cater for. And we also have a quite unique scholarship system for students who want to stay abroad. For instance, students wanting to go to China can do that with different types of grants. It's very difficult for students to make that choice themselves. What is the best grant for me to apply for? What we do is we have a single gate through which they apply, and we look into what grant is most suitable for that student based on their specific situation. So the students with higher financial needs get higher grants. Students with specific, that need specific support can also get a higher grant in terms of that. And short-term mobility, as I said, can sometimes be a stepping stone to further mobility, and so that's very important there as well. The second KPI, as I said, we can't send all our students abroad. That's impossible. So that means that we want all our programs, as I said, to include in their program competences these international intercultural competences. That guarantees that at the moment of graduation, all our students have become internationally, interculturally competent, and we ask our programs to first define a vision on that and then think about what are these specific international intercultural competences that are important for a future historian, for a future engineer, and so on. We want them to create specific opportunities by embedding in their programs, as I said, these windows of opportunity on one hand and these stepping stones on the other hand, and by finally also measuring the achievement of these envisaged international intercultural competences. That last part means that it's very important for us that students staying here in Ghent can work and study together with students from abroad. That has been very challenging over the last 2 years, as you can know. But also that means that Chinese students in our classrooms really give extra value to the learning experience of our students. And this is why we keep on working together with countries from all over the world, including China, to diversify our student body. I come to conclusions. As I said, internationalization for all, so this whole leave no one behind ideas, and for me entails that we embed these international intercultural competences and make sure that all our students can achieve this. It also means that we need to involve all staff members. They all need to take that into account in their classroom activities. But there are, of course, different ways for these students to become internationally, interculturally competent. That can be by going abroad, but so inclusive mobility, but also through different internationalization at home activities. And finally, it is, from that perspective, really crucial that internationalization for all is part of the overall educational strategy, not only at the central level, but also at the faculty and at the study program level. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Frederik, for sharing this vision with us. Our next speaker is Professor Martin Valke. He is a full professor in the field of instructional sciences at our university, head of the Department of Educational Studies in the Faculty of Psychology and Educational Sciences, and his field of research focuses on the innovation of higher education and the integrated use of computers in education. He is regularly involved in activities and projects of the World Bank and the European Commission. And since April 2006, he is a visiting professor at the Beijing Normal University. 2016, visiting professor at South China Normal University in Guangzhou. And since 2019, visiting professor in Anshan Normal University. In 2005, he was a distinguished fellow of the University of Western Australia. And in 2016, he was awarded the Franck Prize from the Université Catholique de Leuven. Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for this kind introduction. Should work. Well, I'm working, but the computer is not working. Okay.
I couldn't manage.
Okay, so most of you think he's never home and his wife complains a lot that he's never home. No, luckily we had Corona, so I was home much more. I will continue about the word you don't want to hear anymore, internationalization, yes? It's blocked, okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay, it will work. You see? In the end, it works. Okay. Thank you. I hope you still want to hear the word internationalization. It will cause a kind of tinnitus at the end of this morning. Okay. It's a strange word. It's internations. And there are so many definitions. And I really liked the first talk and then the next ones because they all, in fact, well, made it a little bit problematic. This word internationalization, it sounds easy, but it's in fact not easy, and have been many meanings of the word over the time. So what I will do today is to talk very short. So I know I'm a professor and then you're at risk. Okay? No, you're not at risk. I promise to keep it very short today. Okay? So I will simply look at a definition of internationalization. Next I will move to some strategic trends, and the word strategic is again a dangerous word. Then I will, in fact, well, add some shifts in the agenda for the future, and then I will use the word but. That's always good. Also at the end of, for instance, when you give an introduction to a marriage, at the end of the talk, you have to say but. Okay. Well, this is one of these traditional definitions, and in fact, they keep returning to the same subjects. It's something between nations, it's something between cultures, it's something about global things, and it's geared to improving quality of education and research of students and staff to make a contribution to society. Now, we hardly heard, in fact, about society today. For instance, if I work in a certain country, and they say, yeah, we want to work together with Ghent University. That's the first thing you always want to hear. They think we are a rich university, so they want to collaborate. And they say, yes, but what about, oh, it doesn't matter. That's what we hear all the time. Well, no, if you really want a contribution to society, you have to discuss this. And that's where I will return to the but at the end. So we can accept the definition, but the definition is really challenging if you want to set it up. For instance, student mobility, we talked about student mobility, inclusive mobility, and inclusive internationalization. I hope you immediately see that, well, it doesn't really fulfill all the requirements of the definition yet. So what do we know about the trends? Well, these trends are still there since, in fact, nearly 20 years, and they still go on. The first one is this move away from internations to global. For instance, and Patrick, you know that when we go to Vietnam, we meet the Japanese, we meet the Swedish, we meet the Italian, okay? So discussion about internationalization become, in fact, discussions not only about me and my partner in China, but also the other partners. This is a very restricted thing going on. And for instance, if we work in Mozambique, in Eduardo Mondlane, the Italians have been there, the Dutch have been there, and we never talk to them. So in fact, internationalization should also look at this trend. The second one is, well, moving away simply from transfer of knowledge, information society, to creation of knowledge. So knowledge society really means, in the context of this international or global collaboration, that we develop knowledge together, okay? The next one is that we move a little bit away from the traditional approach to recognition of credits and transfer of credits to, in fact, shared ways of measuring and defining quality. And that's what I liked, again, about the other talks we already heard this morning. So these definitions of quality and how we handle them should be, in fact, improved. The next one is from appreciating variety. Oh, you're different. This is nice to meet you. I used to work for 12 years in the Netherlands, and they say, never change your language. It's so nice to hear. They loved variety and diversity. Well, no. In internationalization, you should focus much more also on convergence. What is shared? What should we do together? And for instance, you know that Guido, in the discussion with Pakistan, they wanted to promote certain, in fact, collaborations, internationalization. And then we said, yes, but about what? What is the shared program? What are the shared topics that will contribute value to, in fact, all parties? And that's a much broader discussion than simply while agreeing on mobility and so on. And then the one, of course, simply the administration of mobility to, in fact, these strategic actions and systems steering this internationalization. And that's why I like, for instance, the contribution of ACA, where you see bringing things together, looking for convergence. So internationalization has moved away completely from simply looking at the world through the window in your classroom. Okay? So even internationalization, or you see the word is getting stuck in my mouth, internationalization, okay, at home, okay, should be broadened with those perspectives that we saw on the trends. So don't forget that. So it should be a major shift. Now, if we look at an agenda for the future, and that I have been asked by Inge, and we simply look, for instance, at our Swedish colleagues, what do they do? First of all, they gear, in fact, internationalization also to management, higher education management issues. Of course, my job is innovation in higher education. That means I also look at the organization of organizations in higher education, how the structural features, the logistic features, the operational features can, in fact, go together. Okay. Where you see that evaluation systems, for instance, we call evaluation in our education system the crown jewels in our system. While try to exchange crown jewels between universities, while Queen Victoria never gave away a crown, we know that. We all keep our crown jewels. Whereas there, really, the proof of the pudding is in discussing, for instance, evaluation systems. The next one you see in Sweden is that they move away from a very strong focus on teaching, instruction, to a strong emphasis on integrated and interlinked research, and research management and teaching. So the discussion about, for instance, by the way, one of the reasons I was too late this morning, I had a PhD defense of a Chinese candidate in Guangzhou, and he succeeded, okay? Okay? But the success of his PhD is not his personal undertaking alone. It was the result of a year-long collaboration in which we discussed, in fact, what society topics should we address that is shared both in our society and their society. And in this case, it was struggling readers in secondary education. Okay? Now, most of you think, hey, struggling readers in secondary education doesn't exist, I think. No, it really exists. And it's one of the big problems we have worldwide. Well, it's a shared thing, and in looking at shared issues for research, we focused on this. Okay? So there are two layers. The first one is, and that's in fact reflected in the Swedish approach, is emphasis on research linked to the internationalization strategy, where you look at what will help our shared society, values, choices, our shared economical values and choices. And then the other one already discussed this morning is the one about these all students should benefit from this internationalization. And I finished, and I promised to finish, with a but. By the way, this is the 15th anniversary of an organization. Now, Those who are parents here, when you have a child of 15, no, you wait, please let them become 20. Because here are the difficult years. Why? Because they want to become independent. Luckily, we have a very good parent here, Inge. But you will see, once you have this 15-year collaboration, I meet more and more Chinese partners who also have this maturity in the relationship, who want to have a say in the definition, and want to have a say in fact, a discussion about what do we focus upon? What values will we choose? Do we simply send students to our university? And then they come back, and afterwards what happens? What do we do together? Is it the flirtation of a 4-year PhD trajectory? I call that flirtations, by the way. Or is it a long-term collaboration where you have a programmatic approach, where you in fact build up some things? So the discussion about values has become very strong, not only in terms of who do you want to choose as an international partner also, but what values you share in this collaboration. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Martin, for this very interesting presentation. Also, I'm glad that you mentioned the link to research, which, according to my experience, is, especially for cooperation with China, very important. The next speaker is Hannes van Kouwenbergen. Apparently, as a child, he always wanted to become an astronaut. However, after graduating from high school, Hannes enrolled at our university in order to study civil engineering, so he is a former student of mine. And during his studies, he had the opportunity to go on exchange to Tongji University in Shanghai and to do an internship afterwards at the London office of Bureau Happold, where he helped with the renovation of the Battersea Power Station. And after returning from China, he did an internship at the Flanders China Chamber of Commerce, started to follow Chinese courses, and co-founded the Long Dragon School, a non-profit organization where children can learn Mandarin in a fun and interactive way. Currently, he studies Mandarin still at Fudan University and works as an assistant in the Student Entrepreneurship Center of our university. Hannes, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Taro, for the introduction, and also my congratulations for the 15th anniversary for the China platform. Hello, everybody. Daja Hao. Today, I will present to you my exchange at Ghent University. So, who am I? I'm Hannes van Kouwenbergen. I graduated as a civil engineer at Ghent University, and I did an exchange at Ghent University. And when I returned home, I decided to found the Long Dragon School, an after-school activity where children can learn Mandarin in a fun and playful way. So where have I been? I've been to Shanghai for about 6 months. And since nowadays it's quite difficult to travel to China, I thought let's bring China to us today. So this is a picture taken from the Bund where a couple is being married and the skyline is on the back. So now have you all seen China at least for once? It was a movie, but
it was a movie.
But it's a picture. So what are we going to discuss today? My exchange, my findings, and my change. So exchange, what's in the name? It's the act of giving something to someone and them giving you something else. So what did I give them? I was able or willing to answer their questions and exchange ideas. I was a trustworthy, unbiased, and motivated student with whom together they could collaborate and work on their projects. And I acted like a mirror for them since I was quite different from them and therefore they could reflect their habits upon mine. What did they give me? They give me a lot. First of all, the confidence to dream and try to realize my dreams. They learned me to be tolerant and understand different cultures. And finally, they gave me a life-changing experience. My findings, there are 5 topics: health, collaboration, diversity, privacy, and environment. First of all, health. At Ghent University, I think you're really stimulated to have a healthy life. For example, on Tuesday afternoon, you don't have class, but you get the opportunity to participate in a lot of activities. For example, playing basketball or joining a football club, or etc. So you really get to have the chance to have a healthy life. Then collaboration, as already mentioned this morning, also Ghent University invest in strong collaborations. They have double degree programs with many universities, and also joint labs, for example, with Ghent University. Thirdly, diversity. I think I was lucky to experience diversity, and I learned to embrace diversity, because it's really the differences that we share that can, and also the convergence, as Professor Valke mentioned, that can really help us to build something unique. Fourth is privacy. For me personally, I consider it a little bit less privacy at my stay in Ghent University. For example, when I stayed in the dorms, they bumped up into my room to check whether I was alone or not. I don't think this will happen at Ghent University, the dorms. Fortunately, I was alone. At least that time.
Why?
And then...
Is that fortunate? He was there for an exchange.
And there were also cameras in the undergraduate classes, so you really felt less privacy, at least on my side. And then finally, environment. I think this was a brand new environment for me, totally different from what I knew. So I really learned, again, from the differences that we share, but also learned from the same things that we share. So my change, as I dragged a very famous person here, Confucius. As he said, as the water shapes itself to the vessel that contains it, so a wise man adapts himself to the circumstances. So I changed. And what was my change? First of all, I learned to pivot. I learned it by playing basketball. You hold the ball, and then you look at the opportunities, or football. You hold the ball or stand on the ball, and you look at the opportunities that you have, and then you pass the ball onward. So you look at the opportunities that you have, and then you aim for the one that you think on the long term will really help you benefit from it, and you go for it. My second thing that I learned was to slow down in a city that goes really fast, like Shanghai. And I learned it by looking at people doing Tai Chi in the parks. And you really learn to invest in long-term goals and to slow down and invest in them and aim for the long run. My third change was that I learned to shape myself. At Ghent University, you get the chance, and also at Ghent University, you get the chance to select your own courses and build your own curriculum towards the goal that you want to achieve. And therefore, you really got the chance to build yourself towards a goal or towards the person you want to become. And then finally, I learned to dare to reach out, dare to ask questions, dare to go on expedition, dare to dream big, and dare to do. And that what led to the foundation of the Long Dragon School, an after-school activity where children can learn Mandarin in a fun and playful way here in Ghent, but also online in Belgium, and soon also in the Netherlands, France, and who knows where else. So, thank you very much, everybody. 大家好，谢谢你们的关注. And these are my contacts.
Thank you, Hannes, for your very enthusiastic speech. Always knowing you in that way. Then our last contribution is from Mr. Ji Li. He got his master's degree in Sichuan Agriculture University in China, and he came to Belgium in 2017 as a PhD candidate financed by CSC, studying in VIB, a VIB Institute, Center for Plant System Biology. Important for our cooperation is that he is the former chairman of the Chinese Student and Scholar Association in Ghent, CHISAG, and his research is focused on improving plant yield by using state-of-the-art biotechnologies. Please, the floor is yours.
Thanks for the nice introduction, and thanks to China Platform for inviting me here. And I'm very proud to be here to share my observation of being a Chinese international student in Belgium, and how can CHISAG and us help this community. As was mentioned, I'm Ji Li. I'm a last year PhD student in Ghent University and also VIP from the Center of Plant System Biology. And for people who don't know, CHISAC, it's Chinese Students and Scholar Associations of Ghent, and it's an independent non-profit organization. It was also registered at Ghent University as a student organization. And it has a lot of collaborations with China platform, of course, and also the embassy of the Chinese embassy, especially the sector of education. So what does CHISAC do? I will come back to this later. I will first give you some observation about, in general, a Chinese student in Belgium. What is some observations I had. So the first one, probably you don't know that a lot of Chinese students, they like to travel, especially in Belgium, which is the transportation hub of the whole of Europe. You can travel around quite easily, especially before the COVID situation. And so the second thing, I think most of you guys know that the Chinese student has a reputation of hardworking. So sometimes the work-life balance is more linked to the work side instead of the life side. And we under a lot of academic pressure because we are coming here mostly for PhD studies and also master studies. So the academic pressure is quite high. And we are also facing some common problems as living in a foreign country, like every international student does. So, like how to come to Belgium for the first day you come here, how to reach Ghent, and also like how to survive in Belgium, how to deal with those complex garbage recycling system. It's a really nightmare for me in the first week when I come here. And we also feel quite homesick, especially those past 3 years. We cannot go back to China to celebrate the Chinese New Year, which we always celebrate with our family members. And also we have some language problems at the beginning. We're not used to speak English that much. And also like we have a lot of culture shocks, of course, when you come to another country. So now let's come back. What on earth does CHISAC do? So that's all based on the problems or the observations I have told you. So for the people for Chinese students who love to travel, we organize a lot of day trips to within Belgium and also like to other close by countries. And also to balance the work-life balance a little bit, so we organize a lot of sports activities like the basketball and soccer and table tennis for sure, and and also to decrease the academic pressures. So we also organized the Chinese academic salon in Ghent, which was initiated by Ling Shan. I don't know where she is, but she's there. And so we share our research project to other people from other fields, and then they can, we realize how good and how interesting our research are. And to solve the daily life problems, we also encourage volunteers to pick up new Chinese students at the airport, and we organize tea parties to let the new students to know each other better at the beginning. And we have every year the welcome and mid-autumn party where we give introductions of how to survive in Belgium in particular. It's very important, I think. The tips are quite good. And to let people less homesick, we also have our big event of a year, but now it's not that possible. But I think in the future it will be possible again. So the Chinese New Year Gala. So by celebrating Chinese New Year together, we think we feel less homesick. And we also have other activities like the Chinese New Year parade. It was held like 2 or 3 years ago. And for the other things, for the language problem and culture shock, we cannot solve by CHISAC itself. We need some help from ourselves and also you guys sitting there. For people who have language problems, I will really recommend you to take some English or even Dutch courses if you have time. And also to be more active, take new initiatives, and also to be more open-minded to, and also respect the culture of other countries, and also make a lot of friends, and then you will share ideas and you become a more open-minded people in the end. That's pretty much what I would like to say, and thanks a lot for your attention. And if you haven't do so, please subscribe to the WeChat account of Ghent University by scanning this QR code. Thank you.
Very nice presentation. Thank you for all the tips you've given your Chinese colleagues. Yes, we don't have too much time left. In fact, 0 minutes for the lunch break. But anyhow, I think we should make some time for a couple of questions. I have, in fact, myself first a question to Ms. Ferenc, and also, in fact, to Mr. De Decker about the inclusive internationalization concept. I think we have seen here or heard here very nice principles. But in fact, we are celebrating 15 years China platform. So my question is, how do you see this applied to our cooperation with China? And more particularly, what do you see as challenges or needs or constraints to apply these principles specifically to our cooperation with Chinese higher education institutions? Perhaps Irina, you can start first.
Yes, I will try. I hope you can hear me. Bring this a bit closer. Thank you very much for the question. Well, the first thing that really pops to mind is one that I'm not sure it's really specific to collaboration with China, but to collaboration with international partners in general. And I think in this area of inclusion, internationalization is just coming to terms, agreeing on a common understanding of what needs to be prioritized. And I feel that in the European context, again, we have more of a shared understanding at the moment of inclusion and the different groups, but that is not always reflected in our collaboration with international partners. And I think at the same time, European institutions, like institutions worldwide, they depend on to an extent, a shared vision of inclusive internationalization with their partner institutions abroad in order to be able to be successful at home. So I think an area of action also in the collaboration with China is to define this concept more and more closely and to prioritize specific target groups, particularly when it comes to student mobility, but also to research collaboration, where further integration would be actually welcomed by both sides.
Okay, thanks. Frederick?
Well, part of what I could say, I already touched upon, that is to lower the financial threshold for students to go abroad and to go to China, where we have different financial opportunities, or grant opportunities for students, which is, as I said, quite challenging to find your way in, and we try to support students in that. That's definitely helpful. We also offer intercultural preparation for all our students, and we have a specific session in that intercultural preparation for students going to China, organized by the China platform, which is, as Jilin was referring to, this idea of, I will go abroad, I will expect a culture shock, I will need to make new friends, how do I deal with that? So we support our students in that with a specific focus on China. But the main challenge is, I'm afraid, not yet solved, and that is that for many students that start at university, going abroad is not a realistic option. They think it's not for them, and certainly going to China is not for them. They think it's too high a mountain to climb, and that's where we really want to support them in putting these little steps onto the top of that mountain to support them in getting there. And that's a challenge that remains, but that we are working on constantly.
So now for almost 2 years, real physical exchange was not possible. So that means that we lose a little bit tradition, so to say. You see this as a basic problem, or?
Yes, but it definitely has been challenging. But some experiments, including with Chinese universities, and we had some exchange on our experience with online mobility with some Chinese partners to see how we could continue along these lines. These were very limited experiments, but they were there, and there was quite some interest from Chinese counterparts to continue along these lines.
Martin or Hannes, do you want to add something briefly then? No? Or Martin?
No.
Is thinking.
No, my focus a little bit on the selection of the universities you want to collaborate with. So it's quite nice to see that, for instance, even within the CSC program, there is a number of universities that are not at the top, they're not the number 1, 2, 3, but also, in fact, in the Chinese context, attract groups of students that might be beneficial also for our collaboration, but it's not there yet. I think we always geared to the top universities in China to set up our collaborations. We also have these national, what they call national universities for national minorities, where you also have top students. I once had one from the Tibetan area, and he's now a full professor in Beijing University. So these are great people, but it takes a little bit, from our perspective of inclusive education also, well, when it comes to student mobility and collaboration, why not also looking at these universities?
Good idea. Looking to the audience now. Yes, please. And then Professor De Pand.
Okay. Thank you so much for your sharing. And I'm a final year PhD student from Q11. And I have a question about the international mobility. So this morning you talked a lot about the international collaboration and mobility, but my question is about why it's so important. There's not a lot of elaboration about it. And also, I noticed the deglobalization voice is getting much more stronger sometimes. So in this regard, do you have any comments about what's the opportunity and the challenges in this regard? Okay, thank you so much.
Perhaps Frederik?
I like this why question because it's something that I focus on quite often as well. It's really an important question that, especially at the study program level, needs to be answered. It's important to tailor that to the specificities of the program. The why can be different for sociology than for instance, chemistry. So it needs to be answered at that level because it is very much linked to what Martin was also referring to, and that's the societal impact. And from that perspective, it's really important that we prepare our students to be active in this super diverse world, but also this very much interconnected world in terms of connections between different nations, but also between different cultures, between different disciplines. Let's not forget about that as well. And so this is one of the main answers to the why question, is that we want our graduates, that we want our students to be prepared for these challenges, and international cooperation can really help them to be better prepared for these challenges in their future lives, both professional and personal lives.
Okay, then Professor De Pand.
Thank you. Martin, you did the risky thing. You showed the definition to a mathematician. And in your definition, there was post-secondary. And then I was thinking, what distinguishes us from China and maybe Belgium or Flanders, even from other parts of Europe, is the fact that we already have a very intercultural society. So the students that we have at university are not starting their life at university. They have been raised in secondary elementary schools where they are amidst many different cultures. So do we do enough there? or are you aware of initiatives so that our future students are already better emerged in all these different cultures? Because their life doesn't start at 18. No?
Now you're in danger. Because
I'm an endangered species as a mathematician anyhow.
Now, just for your information, we are in Ghent. In Ghent, we speak 187 different languages. Okay? Then I go to China and they say, oh, we only have one language. Okay? For instance, this is what you're referring at. The problem is that the group of students we get at university is already so selected that they hardly know about different worlds, about challenges. For instance, the student who graduated this morning as a PhD now is a doctor in educational sciences. His father died. He was alone. He had to cater for the family. There was a flooding. The house disappeared. He had to help reconstructing the house. Okay? His PhD was delayed with a couple of years. I hardly have colleagues here who understand this. They say, delayed. Stop doing this. Okay, so it's knowing these differences and having this as part of your life in your school is a condition, in fact, to understand this. And I can really show you that most of our students at universities, they haven't seen these differences. They haven't seen the difficulties that most of these people have experienced. That's due to our Flemish educational system, which is the most segregated in the world. We're the number one. I can show you the numbers, and you know that very well. So the initiatives at higher educational level, they were really critical to push these people to see, sorry, your world and the definition of your world is not the world that you see. You need to see, in fact, all these differences. Okay? And you can only see it by traveling and moving to places, not to the beach area, but to where the people actually work and live, not to the posh restaurant that is specially geared to the tourist, but in fact to the local restaurant, simply to see, hey, life is different in many ways. So I like this question because it linked to the why question. Okay. All my colleagues, they ask, Martin, why do you invest so much in internationalization? I say, come on, guys, because most of you and our students, they have no clue about the critical differences even in our own society, and showing the mirror from abroad helps them to understand what other people are experiencing here. That's my answer. I told you, you're in danger with my long answer.
Just one small question, or a question to which you expect a short answer.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the...
Yes or no? Will you marry me?
Hi, I'm Mao Shi from Shenzhen European Office. I used to study PhD in Ghent University. A short question, reflecting on the scandal now going on in the media, but also like we hear a lot of happy stories of PhD students at Ghent University, but also some frustrations. So I'm just asking a question whether Ghent University is thinking of setting up a third partner or a channel or different channels for the PhD students, not only the foreign ones, but the local ones, to voice out their frustrations. Thank you.
I can reply from my faculty because we even said it openly already to the television last Friday on the occasion of the opening. For instance, in our faculty, by the way, Ghent University is a very decentralized university, so you have lots of autonomy for the faculties. So in fact, the faculties have a strong responsibility as to what you're asking. In fact, we established in our faculty such an external point where, in fact, PhD candidates and also postdoc, in fact, they can, in fact, put their complaints or concerns or even whatever question they have. So we really recognize that it was time to have this. And I'm happy also with the decision of the rector that he said, stop asking the question whether this is a question mark for the external institution. No, we have now a point. We will have it. Okay. And I like that question. You can raise that in an international setting like this here because we have so many Chinese students who are often also could have concerns. So we should cater for that.
You want to add?
No, the only thing I can add is indeed, as Martin said, that the policy that you were referring to at faculty level will now be also implemented at the central level. So there will be a third-party place, go-to place for all students, PhD students and other students alike, that are confronted with these type of practices that we no longer want at the university.
Okay, so thank you for this very last and important question. So now it's time for lunch, but we will return here at 1:30 sharp, as Inge always says. And I would just like to ask all the panelists, also from the previous panel, to come to the stage here, because we would like to take a group picture. So the others are here. And I don't know whether all the other panelists are still in the room or...
I teach a lot of theory, so my job is to make theory. So for me, a theory and a definition is a tool to think with.
Chi, you can also sit there. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear professors, dear colleagues, dear students and researchers, dear partners and friends watching the live stream from China. I hope that everybody enjoyed the lunch and that it gave a nice opportunity to you to get acquainted or to get better acquainted with each other. Now, to start the official part this afternoon, I first of all would like to invite Mrs. Huylenbroeck, Sunk, the Executive Director of the Flanders-China Chamber of Commerce, to come on stage together with the 5 panel members who will, together with her, have a round of discussion on the topic of innovation and R&D. So please, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to take your places on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the Flanders-China Chamber of Commerce and our structural partner, Ghent University, we warmly welcome you to our live panel discussion focused on innovation and R&D and future prospects with China. Let me first of all congratulate Ghent University with its 15th anniversary of cooperation with China and its new book on 15 years of China cooperation, which will be presented later today by Professor Luc Tarbe. Coming back to our topic of today, innovation and R&D. Innovation is actually also a big buzzword in this year's 2 sessions, which are the annual meetings of 2 of China's major political bodies. This year's government work report said China will further implement the innovation-driven development strategy, and it will also raise its capacity for science and technological innovation. According to a report by the World Intellectual Property Organization, China ranks 12th in the Global Innovation Index of 2021, up 2 places compared to 2020. And in 2020, China overtook the United States as the world's top filer for international patents, which is a key measure of innovation. In the past decade, China has filed more than 400,000 patents in the area of artificial intelligence, accounting for 75% of the global totus and thus ranking the first in the world. China ranks 2nd after the US as home to over 300 unicorn companies. One of the main drivers of Chinese innovation is the significant sums spent on R&D. In 2015, China surpassed the EU for the first time in gross domestic expenditures on R&D, making it the 2nd largest spender after the US. And if China continues along this trend, it is likely to overtake the US by 2025 or 2030. According to a survey of European companies in China, European companies feel China compares favorably to other countries as far as government incentives, low research costs, and R&D teams' productivity. We will also later hear this from the panelists. And European companies see opportunity in an increasingly innovative China rather than a threat. Before introducing the panelists, let me also just mention the program Horizon Europe, which is the biggest EU research and innovation program ever, with nearly 96 billion euros of funding available for 7 years. It is open to the world, which means that participants from all over the world, including China, can participate in most calls. The program will develop solutions for a healthier life, what we all want, the progress of the digital transformation, and the fight against climate change. This being said, I would like to start with introducing our impressive group of panelists. Let me start with Mr. Kurt van de Bitte. He is Senior Vice President Government Affairs of Umicore and has 20 years of vast experience in dealing with China for Umicore's activities in the production of battery materials. And it is, of course, an honor and a pleasure to have Kurt as our chairman of the Flanders-China Chamber of Commerce and the vice president of the EU-China Business Association. And on top of that, he is an alumnus of Ghent University as a Doctor of Philosophy and PhD in Chemistry. Our next panelist is Mrs. Veerle van Wassenhoven, Vice President Group Innovation at Bekaert, which is, as Umicore, a leading investor from Belgium in China. And, of course, I'm happy to mention that she's an alumna of Ghent University as a Master of Science in Textile Engineering. Our third panelist is Mr. Luc Semeese, Vice President Manufacturing at Volvo Cars, with 32 experience at Volvo Cars, of which 4 years experience as General Manager at Volvo Cars in Chengdu, and also an alumnus of Ghent University as a Civil Engineer Electromechanica Automation. Our next panelist is Mr. Birk van der Ween, CEO of Legend Biotech. He also has an impressive international career with more than 25 years experience at several global biopharmaceutical companies such as Janssen Pharmaceutica, Teva Pharmaceuticals, and AstraZeneca. And he's also an alumnus of Ghent University, holding, amongst others, a Master in Pharmaceutical Sciences. Our fifth panelist is Mr. Wim van Kamp, since 8 years, General Manager at Ghent University Tech Transfer Office, and before that he was leading a biotech company, and last but not least, of course, also an alumnus of Ghent University with a PhD in biotechnology. And among this impressive group of panelists, I'd like to mention that I'm also an alumna of Ghent University after graduating in Sinology. A practical point, questions can be taken at the end, so I would now like to start with the first question with our chairman, Mr. Kurt van de Putte. Could you describe the activities of your company in China, and does your company actively innovate in China?
Thank you, Gwen. I hope everyone can hear me well. So Umicore is a materials technology and recycling group. We are basically Belgian from origin, but in the meantime, very globally present. And roughly 1/3 of our activities happen in China. We have a strong presence in China for battery materials, and that's of course no surprise. The battery industry has grown, let's say, for the last 20 years, mainly in Asia. And as Umicore, we've always ran a strategy of being present where the customers were. So we are producing the active materials going into the batteries, and it was for us natural to be present in the countries where the batteries are produced. So that's one very important action or a line of products that we have in China. A second one is the catalysts that are used in the car. So the catalyst is basically cleaning up the exhaust gas of the engines, and for a traditional internal combustion engine. And there are basically 3 key companies in the world providing these catalysts, and Umicore is one of them. We have taken the decision. The 3 companies are 3 Western companies, actually European companies now, and Umicore was the first to invest in China. I think at that moment in time, everybody was looking a bit like, wow, what a bold move. But in the end, today, we benefit strongly from that. The first mover advantage really has played there a lot. And for us, in China, we are the biggest of the 3. And China is for Umicore, for the catalyst business, really the biggest and still a strongly growing region. That brings me also to the topic of innovation. We are currently really focusing on bringing innovation to China for the products that are produced over there, and where also the application development is in China. And for instance, for automotive, for the catalyst development, I really want to give a nice example. For heavy duty, the majority of the engines, the heavy duty engines, so for trucks and so on, are produced in China. And it's not more than natural that you innovate then also in China. So it's really, for us as a material supplier, crucial to be where the application is. And therefore, and that's for us, let's say, the guideline in innovation, what we do in China or what we do on a global scale. And I would say, as a first question, I would like to...
Okay, thank you very much. Mrs. van Wassenhoven from Bekaert, could you also describe the activities of your company in China and also mention if your company innovates in China?
Yes, thank you. Is the audio okay? Yes. Thank you for the question, and I would like to resonate with colleagues from Umicore. Also, Bekaert has been long active in China and has an important footprint. So approximately half of our turnover is generated in China, and we have a lot of factories all over. And it's very much linked, as mentioned by the colleagues of Umicore. We also mainly have our R&D center, so we have a digital twin, not yet a digital twin, but we have a twin of our R&D center in Belgium, already active since the 1980s. And we do see that it's very successful, especially indeed where we are able to have products developed for China. So it is a very big attribute that we have our R&D center in Jiangning, and we have state-of-art and similar equipment and installations as we have here. So we can customer-facing show the state-of-art of our expertise. And we see that this is an important element, and we are very successful in the development of China for China. So the tire business is very important for Bekaert, as well as the activities in China regarding to tire. And it's been a stronghold of the company that we were able over the past years to continue proximity development with our customers, where the needs do differ from our European customers, especially long-haul truck. They are a lot developed in China, so we are able, with our proximity and investment in R&D in Jiangning, to keep a state-of-art center.
In China, for China, Luc from Volvo Cars, could you also describe the activities of your company in China and if you actively innovate in China?
First of all, Volvo Cars has not that long history in China, or Volvo, as it's called in China. And it changed 10 years ago when Geely Automotive was bought Volvo in 2010. China was, for us, a very small market unto them. But from 2000 on, our owner has pushed us to grow rapidly in China. And from the beginning, R&D was part of that growth. We have been mainly seeing benefits in 5 different areas. And it goes back a little bit to our core business. And our purpose is to offer cars or transport, freedom to move, in fact, like we call it, in a personal, sustainable, and safe way. And those 3 words, personal, sustainable, and safe, are showing also where our interest is for R&D. Personal, meaning that in a traditional market, you go to a dealer and you sell a car. In the China market, we have never been working that much on dealership. We have been definitely looking for models where we have personal contact. And I think China market is very direct. Everyone has WeChat, everyone is on internet, everyone's on Taobao. So we could have direct contacts. And from that perspective, we would like to use the direct customer contact. So our connectivity to the customer is much more heavier. And that's what we are evaluating, what we call in a personal way. Then safety. I hope that everyone knows that Volvo has the safest cars in the world. And for that perspective, we continue working on safety. And for us, safety is then autonomous drive. Autonomous drive is not for us a feature that you can sleep in your car, because that is not the main purpose of us. For us, autonomous drive is creating 0 accidents. And from that, autonomous drive is also a market where we are heavily working together in our headquarters with R&D in China, because it can work on the highways around China, it definitely can work on the highways in Europe. And the last but most explicit way is a little bit linked to my colleague here with the batteries, is of course sustainability. And sustainability we see at Volvo, not environment. We call it planetary safety. For us, taking care about the planet is equally important as taking care about the customer in our cars. And from that, we are heavily investing in battery technology, in e-machines, and in electronic components. And of course, in those three areas, China is very much ahead, at least was very much ahead, even in fact, until 2020. China was the best growing market for electrification. Lately, Europe is catching up pretty good here, with, especially in Nordic countries. But we can see a big market for R&D in everything what is autonomous drive and electronic components.
Okay, thank you. I would like to go to Mr. Birk van der Ween. What was the main reason for Legend China to set up a company and business in Ghent, and how did that work?
Okay, thank you, Gwen. So maybe something first about Legend Biotech. I think we're probably next to the big names. You heard the newcomer here. So originally, we are a spin-off from GenScript, a Chinese biotech group. And Legend Biotech was formed in 2014. We are US-based now. Our headquarters is in the US. And we have a global footprint. And it's really our strategy to become a global biotech player. So we have a significant footprint in China and also in the US. But because of our therapy is cell therapy on curing oncology and other rare diseases. Because of our therapy, we really need to have be close to the patient. So for us, it was really important to have a footprint in Europe. And that's basically how we ended up in Belgium. Our therapy that we have invented, that Legend has invented, is further developed in collaboration with Janssen Pharmaceutica. And together with Janssen, we decided here to come to Ghent. Basically because the ecosystem in Ghent, it's amazing. I think it's and it goes broader than purely Ghent. It's Flanders, but if you see the big pharma players, for example, in Belgium, they've developed a very strong presence. You have organizations like VIB, EMAC. You have a lot of research, public and private research organizations. So because of that ecosystem, we decided to come to Belgium. Our cell therapy, it's quite innovative. And we think that we have the talent base here in Flanders and in Ghent to support our further growth and development. And specifically, I think our IFL, I don't know if that's English, but on the Tech Lane Park, it was really amazing. And from Legend, we were really convinced that this is the right location to establish ourselves and further grow our footprint here. So, and we're doing now at this moment a very significant investment of a manufacturing site of 26,000 square meters here on the Tech Lane Park to serve our future customers in Europe.
Thank you. Wim, so Birk said because the ecosystem in Flanders is amazing. Could you describe the activities of tech transfer and your connection with Chinese businesses? And do you also have Chinese companies which you have assisted? Could you mention any examples?
Yeah, sure. First, I think there is still a lot of untapped potential in collaborating between university and China, most for several reasons. First, as a university, we develop technology, but we don't sell products. Therefore, for us, China is not so much a consumer market, it's actually a technology partner. And then we see if you want to ally around technology, a number of things are important. It's mostly the human relation, the personal network, and that goes through alumni. And I think that's where the China platform is doing a great job, where you create alumni network between the university and Chinese students that go back to China and keep the relation and proximity. And of course, China is not close to Belgium, so that doesn't make it so easy to work together. So currently, to be honest, if I look at our collaborations with China, it's probably less than 1% of our worldwide collaborations. But we expect that if we engage further with China through the China platform, through the alumni, that will build further, and that we try to get Chinese companies to Belgium in order to create the proximity. And that's where we have indeed some examples. We have had a spin-off company of Ghent University, Calliope, that was sold to Huawei in 2013. And since then, we see that we have had much more collaborations than before. We have TP Vision on our science park, so Calliope is still now, Huawei is on our science park. TP Vision is on our science park, and then indeed, as just mentioned by Mr. van der Ween, we have done our best to get Legend/Janssen to come to Ghent to also further enhance the relationship and build that proximity and that network. So I think we're still at the start of building that relation, and as our alumni network in China will grow, as we can attract Chinese companies to come to Belgium, I'm sure that 1%, which is still very small today, will quickly grow in the next years.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to go to the next question for Mr. Kurt van de Putte. What are the benefits of your company's R&D in China, and what are the different steps to execute this?
Thank you, Gwen. Well, the benefits, I think I touched already in the first question. The benefits is the proximity to the customer. We are a materials technology group, and a material can be very performant and fundamentally well developed and well designed, but in the end, it has to work in the application. And you can test 20 parameters in a 10-year R&D track, and when you start the commercialization, it's the 21st parameter that you did not test that makes the product fail very often. And I mean, as a company, you cannot take the risk. You cannot take the business risk, but also we cannot take the timing risk. We work for developments that take a decade. I mean, if I look for electrification, I mean, developing batteries for electrification, there are very long qualification processes. So you can simply not allow to be not close to your customer, and because of that, delay the introduction of materials or delay the introduction of devices. Technology is moving so fast, whether that's in electrification or in electronics, that it's important to cut any dead time in the development track. And that's one of the key messages and key advantages that I would like to give of doing innovation in China. Close to the customer and very fast in the action. If I compare the speed at which programs are developed and executed in Asia in general, but in China more specifically, this is very often way higher than what we used to in the Western world, for a number of reasons.
Veerle, could you comment on that? Close to the customer and fast to action. I think that's the same for Bekaert.
Absolutely. I was nodding because you're stealing my lines.
Oh, sorry.
So, indeed, what are the benefits of doing R&D? It's exactly as mentioned. So, the proximity to the customer is a necessity to do developments, and we do notice that it is very important to not only have your application teams in China, but our R&D center has proven to be vital in the contact and in the credibility of our organization within China. So being able to have your experts in mother language being able to exchange does put a very big booster on the organization. So the element of speed is for sure there, but also the possibility to have the cultural gap not present between your R&D and your application teams and your deployment of your technology is vital. And then I think I had put it later on, but indeed we also see that the pace at which programs and collaborations are being set up and executed are indeed high and really high, especially if you compare with the current status in Europe due to the COVID, where we've treated it very differently, and we see that especially in the local contact and the deployment of the business, that it has been proven crucial that we were there the whole time with the teams in the R&D center in China. So the expertise, where we started off as a twin from the technology center, which is located in Belgium, Deerlen. It is newly in technologies and equipment that we have in both of the sites. It's newly exactly the same. The key difference is that here it's staffed by local experts from Europe often, not only Belgium, where in China, for the moment, the main base is Chinese. On the question on how to get there, we did invest in the past on that collaboration, because that's something important to still have that common ground between the different R&D centers, because that also remains important. It is still important that you can act as a global company and not only as a Chinese company. So that's where we've invested quite intensively in pre-COVID times. It's a bit challenging now to exchange, and so to have colleagues from China for several months or up to years spending time taking responsibility in our R&D center in Belgium. And the opposite also happens, where some of our colleagues, some stayed there and are now responsible for certain activities in the business in China. But it is really important to make sure that you have that global identity as a company while having that local. So the global effect is really important.
Luc, could you add, Luc from Volvo Cars, would you like to add something? Well,
first of all, I think there are different steps in our R&D journey. When we started, in fact, to produce locally in 2014, and I was then a plant manager in Chengdu, that was what we called step one. That was looking for localizing existing cars, first produced in Europe, and then localize that for Chinese market. And then our R&D was mainly then related to see that the connectivity could work, because Google cannot work in China, so you have to have a Chinese Google to work. We also learned that smell was very important. A car cannot smell new. In Europe, we are used to have when the door opens, oh, it's a new car. In China, it's not done. It has to smell nothing. So that was the first step. How can we adapt existing products for China market? We are now in what we call phase two, meaning that China is now developing cars for the world. China is still an existing sedan market. In Europe, it's mainly SUVs that we are producing for Volvo. And the sedans are now developed and produced in Daqing, and they are exported to, not that much to US due to tax reasons, but to Europe. All the sedans that you can see here are produced in Daqing. So from that perspective, that's already phase two, that products are developed for the world. Now we are now in what we call phase three, meaning that we are now not only producing a sedan, but we are looking to localize R&D for platform parts. And then we come back to what I was mentioning in the beginning. We talk about batteries. We have two main suppliers that are delivering batteries to Volvo. One is Korean, LG Chem. The second one is CATL of CATL, who is Chinese. So that are the two partners that we are using. And of course, they are very important for us to further develop and to work on. And we see it also for what we call e-machines or e-motors and for electronic components. And the next step, what I see where we already start working now, is what we call connectivity. There is a lot of good software companies, big ones, huge ones in China. And we are using them to look how can we use 5G, how we can use vehicle-to-everything connectivity technologies, which is then also what we are doing in what we call step 3 now.
Could I ask if you could comment, products are developed for the whole world. Is that same for Umicore and Bekaert? In China, I mean?
Well, in the introduction, Gwen, you mentioned that I have a long experience in China, indeed, in battery materials. And when people ask me what were the 3 mistakes that you made during that tenure, number 1 is that I wanted to make products for China. That I thought there was a kind of a different market. I'm talking now 15 years ago. And that didn't work out. I mean, we didn't sell, I cannot say a kilogram, but it will probably not have been much more. So listen to your customers, that's one thing, but then the customers typically ask for something that they know is available on the market. People don't really want to have a feeling that they get kind of a second grade product. Even if you differentiate, it's considered as a second grade because, yeah, you have done it for somebody else. So it cannot be the best anymore, or it cannot be the most cost efficient or whatever. That would be my key remark on that.
Okay. Would you like to add something?
For us, because we're not B2C, it's a bit different. So, we have always produced products for export from China. A challenge we see there is in the development now. So, in going forward on the future development, we still indeed have to introduce those platforms where we can secure alignment between our different R&D centers and to streamline that common part of the R&D and innovation from China. But for sure, in our production improvements, so if we implement improvements in our processing, it upfront always is tested in China because of our very representative footprint in manufacturing. So we have technologies which are today matured in China and which are not yet deployed in other production sites. So that's working well. Again, on product and innovation, we are on the verge of exploring there what makes sense in the whole drive for sustainability, digitization for our products, where we are still in a quite physical B2B type of business, where there's not much consumer involvement today.
Perhaps I can explain a little bit why we already quite quickly started R&D for the world. And you must understand that we are a bit different to our German friends, like they called in China ABB, Audi, Benz, and Bauma. And the reason is that we are 100% owned by Geely. So we are not a joint venture, which if you have, when I was in China, my colleagues from BMW or from Benz, they had 51%, a neighbor looking to them, and took also 50% of their money when they were selling a car. This is for us a little bit different, as we are 100% daughter, and our mother wants us to grow. So from that perspective, our model was much more supportive to grow, and also to grow in China, and by this, it was easier to develop if I compare with the traditional European brands that for a long period, it has changed lately, the last 2-3 years. There could be still a majority from European brands now, but until, what was it, 2018, it was a joint venture that was a little bit negative but in our case then positive that we could do that.
Birk, you're further building the company Legend Biotech. What are the main challenges that you feel now?
Okay, maybe just one comment also. I think we're a little bit unique if I hear the other stories. Actually, our product, which is a very innovative cell therapy product, was invented in China. So the research was done in China. A couple of scientists somewhere in 2014, and then they brought these results to the global community, and basically the results were seen as amazing. And at that point, we went into a partnership with Janssen, because Janssen recognized that, okay, the efficacy and the power of this product. So I think this is a bit different. It's kind of and that has changed over the last 20 years. If you look at our product, it's invented in China and made in Belgium, where 20 years it would have been the opposite. So just to build on the comments of some of the colleagues on the table. And then the actual question was?
What are the main challenges? You're further building the company. What are the challenges that you're having now?
Yeah. So the main challenge, I think till now, everything is really going very smoothly. We get a lot of support, like we work closely together with the university. We got a lot of support from the local authorities, from the Flemish authorities in supporting our venture here. But our trajectory ahead of us, it's a very steep growth. So we started from 0. Now we are with 20-ish people. At the end of the year, we want to be 70, growing into a couple of hundreds in a completely new area of therapy, of science, of healthcare. So our main challenge will be, although we see a lot of good talents here, it will be the challenge going forward to make sure we get enough talents here in Ghent, in Flanders, to further develop our activities and grow our product. I think this will be the main challenge, and therefore it's really important also for us to collaborate across this ecosystem with all the partners.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Wim, I would like to come back to you. What do you think are the main challenges for the companies that are developing in Tech Transfer Center?
You mean in Belgium?
In Belgium, yes. Yes, the main not only Chinese, but...
I think on technology transfer, well, it was mentioned before, the issue that has been raised in the past was often about patents and patent protection and recognizing the enforcing patent rights. And there I think you see that China has really made a big move compared to the past. So you mentioned by all measures that their R&D spending is top in the world now. They're filing most or second most international patents, depending on which year you take. So in that sense, and they start to recognize the value of patents. And then also, of course, once you want to build value on that as a Chinese company, you have to respect the system worldwide. So I think by all measures now you see that it's a level playing field between European companies, Chinese companies. So technology transfer, that makes it easier to do technology transfer because you can apply the same standards, the same rules across the globe. So I think that's definitely a big positive thing. From Ghent University perspective, what might become a challenge is, and I'm speculating now, we see if we collaborate with China, it's in different fields, going from electronics to food technology, health, marine biosciences, and so forth, all different fields. But in certain areas of national security, I might imagine that if the university wants to engage into that they might have some things to look at in the future. But that's something that today is even a struggle for the university because normally we work on early stage technologies. We don't work on defense-related technologies. So, but if we would decide on that, because Europe is making that move of going more in towards their own defense system, that could have some impact on how we collaborate with countries outside Europe. But today, I don't think that's the issue, and it would only affect a minor part of what we do, because most what we do is actually, 90% of 95% of what we do today, I think, is for the public good, and it's just to develop a better world. And I think there, the patent protection system has been a big step forward that we can say, okay, it's a level playing field.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Birk mentioned talent could become a challenge. For example, Umicore, talent, could that become a challenge in China? The fact that, China's zero COVID policy, now it has become dynamic COVID policy, but could that become a challenge also? Yeah?
Well, I think it's very obvious that for us, a Belgian company which is well known in Belgium has no real issues to attract talent. But the situation in China is completely different. We are less known, we are much smaller, and on top of that, the industry that we serve is present with well-known names. I mean, people really, they want to work for Huawei or they want to work for CATL in the battery industry. I mean, these companies are so much bigger and you kind of fish in the same talent pool. So for us, it is definitely more challenging to attract people. On the other hand, though, what we found is, I mean, to attract young talent as a success formula is the fact that we are non-Chinese and that we can offer certain development outside of China, and that can be very helpful. People who are a bit adventurous and who would like to be experienced to other parts in the world, they tend to prefer then a European company because they know, in the meantime, they know that these companies are forward-looking and that they offer development opportunities to the people, including mandates abroad. So this is helping us a lot.
Veerle, would you like to comment that from Bekaert?
Yeah, I fully resonate with that point, and that was why it made a quite practical challenge here, is that to attract talent with the current COVID restriction, it becomes not evident to, or not easy to make sure that your Chinese satellite still feels like a part of a European company. So the mobility has gone down drastically. And at the same time, indeed, there is a war for talent ongoing in China as well. So we are anxious about our onboarded talent, whether we can keep them if we have such a strict restrictions ongoing. We even have Chinese colleagues in Belgium who have not seen their family, who cannot even travel to China. So that does pose a kind of risk going forward, to make sure that we don't lose that global aspect, which has been an attribute for us as well. People really want to join Bekaert, Bardec, because they know that there will be, or there can be, if wanted, an assignment abroad in Belgium, in Leuven. We have Chinese colleagues that were in an assignment either in production or in R&D. And that is really something we look a bit worried on how it will go forward because of that very difficult challenge on mobility. So that is a worry because that is that advantage we cannot play out for the moment. And then indeed it becomes a more technical, or how do you say, career-oriented within China, where we have lesser to offer than some other companies.
Luc, would you like to comment on the point of talent?
First of all, I think when we started 10 years ago, we were very cautious about losing talent after 2-3 years, because at that moment we were believing that every 2-3 years Chinese good engineers or good managers wants to take the money and run and do another company and just have a tick in the box and say we have done Volvo cars and have a new career. I must say, of course, there are some people that has left us, especially then when the NEOs of the world were starting up 3-4 years ago. But most of the people have stayed, and I think there are, for me, 2 or 3 reasons why they have stayed and why we could keep them. Because I have never been believing that we should give this year 10-year anniversary for people that has joined us in 2011, just after the being bought by Geely. And one of the reasons, I think, is that we are providing values that are mainly Swedish family values. That seems to be very attractive also in China. I think hopefully have heard a little bit about what we have been doing 2 years ago when we announced what we will offer to all the employees at Volvo, what we call family bond, meaning that everyone that has a child can have 6 months as a parent, and that 6 months for the mother or 6 months for the father, could stay at home and paid full salary by Volvo, which was unknown and very unheard in China, because people were saying, oh, they will 6 months, and what they will do another job. So they will have 2 jobs. In practice, it has not worked. People have stayed, that they were staying home for 6 months. And this has attracted us to keep us as the talents that we want to keep with us. And I think on top of what you mentioned already, Dirk and Veerle, was of course the possibility that we could offer also external or international careers. I had 1 year ago, we had my first Chinese manager in Torslanda plant, in our Swedish plant, only having Swedish employees. Probably no one was thinking 10 years ago. People were thinking we have Swedish people have Chinese employees in China. Now it's the opposite, I think, and it's showing that we are sincere, meaning that career and career development can keep people attractive to a company. Not only for us at Volvo, but also what I hear at Umicore and at your Bekaert.
Okay. I hope you hear me. So coming back to our title, Innovation and R&D, Future Prospects with China, will your company increase its investments in China and increase its R&D? Who would like to start first? Veerle?
I can go first. In general, we, as Bekaert, we will increase our R&D and innovation spend going forward because I think the past 5 years we've had some challenges and we've reoriented a bit our business. So we will for sure also invest in line with our plans to grow innovation and to become a more sustainable digital company and innovative company. We don't know yet, again, for the moment, it's for us a challenge to see, the dynamics of sustainability in our key markets, so tires as well as steel wire solutions. We will, the investment, we can treat China as equal for the rest of the world. So we will look at where do we allocate which part of our R&D, and we will most likely not work double as we used to have a China for China and the rest of the world. Going forward, that will not be the case. So we really want to allocate certain development and innovation to a location to then be a pioneer and front runner to deploy to the rest of Bekaert. So how much and whether it will for sure not be proportional to the number of people, it will be proportional to the forward allocated challenges that we will invest in the different R&D centers.
Okay, what about Umicore? Will Umicore increase its investment and will increase its R&D? And actually, does COVID hinder any increase of investment, the fact that you cannot visit China?
I would say the first 2 decades of our presence in China, we kind of combined our activity in China for the local market and also somehow for international business. So we were producing in China products or intermediates that later on were used in other international plants. This has reduced a lot the last 20 years. Basically, all our activities are focusing on China for China. And the reason is very simple. In metal-containing products, so the product value, the cost for a kilogram of product, is mainly determined by the price of the metal, and this is something that we buy and we sell to our customers. I mean, this is a neutral transaction. We just add a functionality, and that's where we have to basically live from. Now, I'm probably not going to surprise you that the uncertainty in international trade is increasing a lot with tariffs and VAT rebate changes and so on and so forth. If that is happening on a flow that we use on an international basis in China, the business can be killed overnight. And as a company, we don't want to run that risk anymore. So we are not investing in production plants that will produce for 60% for an international market. Doing that in China, we will not do anymore. This being said, like I mentioned in the beginning, China itself is a huge market for the products and the applications that we are in. So the market is growing, so is our activity is growing. And of course, I mean, you need to support an industrial activity with innovation. Our business is very strongly innovation driven. We spend close to 10%. The markets that we are active in China, we spend close to 10% of our revenue back in research. So you have to do that on a local basis. In our case, I do not really see any fundamental reason or strategy why we would not grow in China. This being said, frankly speaking, the strategy that China is running now since 2 years related to COVID is hindering us strongly and severely. I mean, innovation and business is not done by computers. It's not done through teams. It's done by people and interaction. I mean, you can only be innovative if you can challenge each other. If you're always in the same office and always talk to the same people, you are not creative anymore after a while. And I really hope, and this is a call to all the people who have influence, I hope that this is going to change very fast, or that will be to the detriment of activities in China.
Luc, could you comment on that from Volvo Cars?
First of all, I have to mention that we will continue investing in R&D in China. We just announced that we will hire another 150. We have around 600 people so far in R&D in Shanghai, and we will hire another 150, mainly in the areas that I already mentioned, electrification, autonomous drive, and connectivity, but then connectivity mainly then for the China market. So that will continue. So from that perspective, I don't see that our plans with rapid growth still in China. We still see a big potential for Volvo in China. So from that perspective, we will continue to invest. What COVID is meaning for us is that we have been seeing also a little bit success. I'm not that negative from that perspective, is that we need to give more responsibility to our local teams. And we have now seen that we recently has launched 3 new cars in China, and with only Chinese people and some minor expats who then not came to Belgium or to Sweden because they cannot leave China, otherwise they cannot come back. But that was quite successful, more than we were thinking. So probably the future will not be that highly traveling between Europe and China to Europe, but it will not be that much. But it, like I said, it's for new development, it's still necessary that we could meet. I don't think it's good that I have not been to China myself for the last 2 years, and I was used to go there 3 to 4 times. I think this is not sustainable over time as well.
Yeah. Indeed, Luc, and maybe it's very good nuance that we have to make. My first answer was wearing my Umicore hat, but I would definitely also like to give an answer wearing my chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. I mean, we have easy talking. I think we have an established company with structures, with good communication tools, but there are hundreds of thousands of entrepreneurs on the world who see a fantastic market, and there is, since 2 years, no access, no capabilities to interact. And at a certain moment in time, I mean, I cannot say we have to live with it, but at least we should accept somehow a different way of interacting with each other. I mean, we cannot continue to live isolated. The world of today, I mean, against what is happening a little bit further east of here, but we cannot continue to live isolated. This is counter-human. That will not stay like that. People want to interact. People want comfort. People want progress, want prosperity. And we are not going to achieve that by isolating each other. This is not going to work.
Thank you. I'd like to go to the next question. So within your industry, Veerle, how innovative do you feel Chinese companies are compared to European companies? And how do you rate the enforcement of IPR laws and regulations?
Thank you. I will first take the question on speed, and I think the pace was already mentioned by Mr. van der Putten. It is high, so we do see that it's fantastic. The pace at which co-developments with customers can happen. That's why it is so important that we can keep that connection, because I think it keeps us on our toes. That indeed, if we would keep on settling on the pace of research and development in Europe, that we cannot catch up. So we do see that the pace our China team has is a lot more representative for what we also see in other companies. So it really is a very positive element that we see that there's a lot possible and that it's really at a high pace that we can develop. It does create further concerns on Beckhart's side start innovation in isolation at this moment. So that's why with our current setup where we cannot exchange unless we keep our Chinese colleagues awake overnight and let them get up or stay up at the craziest time, it is really a very serious burden on the team. So what then happens is that you fall back to your local innovations, and there we are, of course, concerned on the enforcement still of the IP rights. We have had some successes in the past years on enforcing our patent rights, but still it's very minor, the consequences. So we do see and are very much concerned on some recent announcement that IP rights generated in China could not be exported. We checked it. Luckily, it's not for our type of business, but still it is, again, something that is not beneficial to open innovation and keeping the global collaboration as we've seen it very successful over the past year. So we really hope that we can keep that going together and kind of challenge each other. If it becomes more than a challenge, then it is of course detrimental for the innovative success of the company, because then it is only one entity or one location that might have an innovative mindset, and then we fail to activate also the other half of our global presence and our population. So we look forward to sooner rather than later, indeed, be able to reconnect the teams, because I think it is high time that we can support the collaboration and see what are the opportunities to cross-fertilize between Europe and China on innovations, and there's a lot happening on computer vision, etc., which is at a very high pace in China, where we would love to see how we can collaborate and also make sure that the rest of our organization gets up to speed with that. So.
Could I go back to you? How do you rate the enforcement of China's IPR laws and regulations?
Well, I would say, judge from personal experience, I agree with earlier statements made that in general in China big steps have been taken to align with the international approach of IP. I mean, IP is like an asset in the end. You invest in something, so you invest in innovation to create an asset. And an asset is something which is protected. If I build a new plant, there is also a fence around it. And people know that you shouldn't pass the fence, and if you pass, then there are certain restrictions. The same is true with IP, and the same is true with innovation. And as a company, what you want is that the rules are the same everywhere, and that the rules are enforced and applied. I think the biggest steps taken so far is on what the rules are and recognizing these rules. I think this is really progressing well. But where I do see still some child diseases is on the enforcement. The enforcement and the interpretation of follow-up actions or decisions, or, for instance, arbitrage in a discussion, an IP discussion, and some measurements have to be done. Who is going to do that? Is this going to be neutral? What I clearly see, these are the examples of the last 3 years, that basically in every province or in every local court that you need, you can get different outcomes. And that's, of course, something that we don't want. We want rule of law to apply to the same extent everywhere, so that it is more predictable. If I want to invest in innovation, in protected innovation, I want to know what the return can be, what the benefit can be. And I don't want this to be dependent on a local judge that is ruling differently in province A to B.
Luc, could you comment on that, and how do you rate the enforcement of China's IPR laws and regulations?
I cannot comment too much about that one, because that's not my and there they go again. It's not my domain. What I can see, if you look from a car development 10 years ago. You had those Chinese cars that were very look-alike, like a Land Rover of a BMW. Only the lamps were different, but the shape was completely the same. That's gone now, because also Chinese people, and especially China market, can see the copy and the original, and they have the financial means now to go more to the original than to go to the fake copy then, from that perspective. So what's from this perspective that we see now that innovation is also, we see now in the products, especially in the products that I'm used to in car automotive. Second, Volvo has never been a very patented-oriented company. You know that we invented the safety belt in '59, and we never took a copy of a patent on it. So from that perspective, I'm not the real specialist as you, Veerle, or Kurt, to comment how to deal with patents, because I'm not that much involved in those ones.
Okay, I'd like to go to the next. Yes, please.
I would like to add one small element. What I realize by talking to people is that there is often a concern by people in the industry. If you want to enforce your, let's say, individual company IP, that you are very often confronted over time with a fight against the industry association in China. And then I can tell you it's becoming an uphill battle, although you are often part of the same ecosystem. And I think this is scaring a lot of people. Now, in the end, the best way, I think, to level the play field is to make sure that innovation in China is at par compared to the international innovation. Because that's the only way that also Chinese companies, Chinese players, will realize what the real value is, and will also want that their invention and their IP is respected outside China. I think this is the key thing, making sure that valuable innovations are coming out of China, and then the system will kind of automatically correct itself.
I'd like to go to Mr. Wim van Kamp. Is there anything that you have learned from the cooperation with China and R&D?
Well, we have a lot of collaborations, of course, with universities in China, but if this is more a business session. So we haven't done, as I mentioned earlier, so much collaborations in China directly with businesses. One of the reasons, as I mentioned earlier, is it's about trust. It's about the alumni network that you need to build, proximity, so that those issues we still need to solve. What we have tried, but it's still something that is under development, is to use the business network of Chinese universities in order to get our technologies into China. But we were trying that for 1 or 2 years, then COVID came, so that stopped as well. So we have to start it up again. But today, and I think it's actually showing the strengths of technology development in China, they're not just waiting for European technology to enter China, because they're developing technology that is at par, is at the same level. So why would they collaborate with a partner in Europe if they would find the same quality of technology nearby? So in that sense, we really have to make sure that we're outstanding, and that can be in a few fields. But it's clearly much easier to collaborate in the region and with neighboring countries than to set up a collaboration with China, where you have to show that your technology is actually top-notch. And if I come back to what Legend was doing, that's really top-notch technology. I mean, that's not like developing a vaccine. That's easy work compared to what this work is about. And if you see that it was developed in China and licensed in by Janssen, then you show that indeed we're now at a different stage. So we will only collaborate in China in a few fields where we can show that we're really still better than what they have in their neighborhood. And that's not going to be easy.
Birk, would you like to comment? You also have a long cooperation with China, I mean, long experience.
Yeah, yes. And for me, I think China, when I think China, I think three things. First of all, I think it's strategy. And what I've seen with a lot of companies, a very clear strategy and strategic perspective. It's not about what happens now or next month. It's about what's the strategy of the company. It's speed, like Veerle mentioned, speed and a can-do mentality. I think these three things are really, really powerful. If I look at Legend, and as Wim was saying, I think the technology, it's really amazing. It was invented by a couple of scientists in 2014. Our company was formed then in 2017, a partnership with J&J. Now today, actually this week, we are serving the first patients with our product in the US after FDA approval. So this is really amazing, from inventing a very early possible product in 8 years or less, going into being able to treat the first patients in a completely new field of healthcare and therapy. So that speed, it's really amazing. And the strategy also, Legend Biotech had kind of the strategy of becoming a global player. So we didn't kind of invent or sell our invention to this or the other. No, we developed a partnership, and together in that partnership, we are now actually a global biotech player. So I think this is strategy, speed, and can-do mentality. I think this is really the strength of China.
Thank you. Luc, you have lived there for 4 years in Chengdu as general manager of Volvo. Speed, can-do mentality, you heard it. What can you add as part from your experience of living there?
I think already mentioned by most of the people here, I think the speed of building something, that's fantastic. Normally we do in Europe, if you should build a new plant, which we have not been doing since 1965, so it was not that we were used to build new plants. So we went to China and we built 3 plants in 4 years from scratch. I still remember that I was the first time in Chengdu and people were still harvesting the tomatoes and the vegetables on the ground, and 2.5 years later we were producing our first car there. That's impossible in Europe. I think from that perspective, the speed and what you were mentioning, we can do mentality, I loved very much. And that's something that I always bring back when I'm now still living in Sweden, but when I'm back in Belgium also is mentioning that we should not be afraid of China and China technology or China market, but we should be afraid about the speed of innovation and the speed of acting, because that's the most important thing that I learned there, living for 4 years in spicy Chengdu. Yeah.
Speed of acting, speed of innovation. Mr. Chairman, would you like to add something what you have learned for China, for your cooperation with China?
Yeah, my experience, I've been close to 10 years chairman of our joint venture in China, and each time when I was coming back energized, because I realized, yes, we can still indeed do things that I've seen when I was a child, how things were possible in Flanders. On the other hand, the ideal combination would be if they can keep on doing things that fast and add more a durability component. I see too often things going fast, but very obvious elements of doing something fundamentally good, high quality, is lacking. And that's a pity, because in the end you can do things fast, but if you have to redo the thing after 7 years, then you are basically losing half of the advantage. Yeah? So for me, that would be the best and obvious next step to take in operationalizing things and building things.
Okay, faster and better can-do mentality. Veerle, would you like to comment what you have learned from your cooperation with China?
I was laughing because the reason why we are hoping that COVID finished soon is because our management team needs the boost from China, because they all like to go there, because indeed they come back recharged for another 3 to 6 months to run it over here, because indeed the can-do, I think the change that will have happened during our absence will be so big that they will, it really boosts the organization. So I think that's something to keep us on our toes. That's fantastic to see. So that's an important element. And yeah, I do hope that indeed the pace at which buildings are reconstructed. I still remember that the first time I went to Qingdao, I was apparently in the brand new hotel, because we used to go 6 years to another one, but that was just end of life. And I was a bit shocked, because end of life, 6 months, and then, so I'm a bit curious to see, 6 years, so I'm a bit curious to see, for sure a lot has happened, but I would love to again be able to, to boost each other and to get the energy flowing across the two globes to make sure that, what has been possible in each, and the learnings in each of the continents are very different from COVID. So I look forward to see how we can collaborate and really boost both of the organizations by reconnecting physically, because I think we're all a bit tired of the Teams calls, and it's good if you have a basis. So you've all been there, I've been there, but new colleagues joining in, it's so difficult to grasp the vastness and the impressiveness of doing business working in China if you have never been there. It doesn't work to get that across by a phone call. So that's why we really hope that very soon we can again put a spin on our activities and also on our collaboration.
Thank you. Wim, how do you see the future cooperation between Ghent University and Tech Transfer and China? Will you take any specific actions towards China to attract more Chinese companies or Chinese investment, or?
Well, we would definitely like to get more Chinese companies to come to Belgium. What we have seen in the past, like in the example of Calliope, is that, and that's actually not only with Chinese companies, it's also with European companies, that they often come because they acquire a company in Belgium. If they come to Belgium, I mean, we have seen that before. Syngenta is also on our science park, is actually also now a Chinese company for a couple of years, but they acquired a Belgian company, DevGen, which was on the stock market in Belgium. So I think the way to establish long-standing collaborations is to try to get those companies to Belgium and set up a collaboration from there. And I think, that has shown to work in the past, with already several Chinese companies being located on our science park, and we would definitely like to see grow that further. The second approach that I mentioned earlier, we're still exploring whether it will work or not, is to use our Chinese network, our university network and their business network to set up collaborations. And that's for us still in an exploration mode, because it's still hard to judge if that's going to work given the distance, given the fact that they develop technology that is actually at par as ours. So that's still to be seen. So I think we're more convinced that the first approach will work than the second.
I see also that Planners Investment and Trade is in the room here, so I'm sure they can also assist you in attracting Chinese investment. I still have some questions in my pocket, but as time is getting close, maybe there are some questions from the floor. Would somebody like to raise a question and start with the first one, which seems always difficult? Yes. Mr. Hopma.
Yeah. Hello, this is I'm Jan Hopma. I am representing the Chinese high-tech zone, China Jinan Innovation Zone. Innovation, it already says it in the name. They are looking for companies from Europe to work locally there with R&D, etc., R&D centers. There's many other local like cities, high-tech zones in China. There's many, like more than 1,000, who are all looking for this kind of cooperations and settlements of R&D. My question now is, and maybe you can already talk from experience with your own company, what are the factors which decide why you are going to put your R&D center for China in this specific location. Why did you choose for that? And that's my main question to all of you, in fact. Thank you.
In the case of Beckard, that was, as mentioned, and I think it's a bit similar as to Volvo, it started from production. So indeed, you have to have your customer base, ideally also your operations base, because it's very similar like in Europe. If you have engineers which are fully disconnected from either customers and even more from production, that is not a very sustainable setup. So that's why, for the moment, we only have one, how do you say, expanded R&D center, but of course, depending, it's a very big country on its own. And so we also look forward to see in which region might certain markets or certain activities pop up. And that doesn't exclude that indeed we set up a satellite for R&D at another location, because it's quite a challenge now. We're operating from Jianying, for the area, which works well up to Shanghai, but it's borderline. As of then, we also have to kind of, send out on a kind of mission to work from Qingdao. So that depends a bit how much of a critical capacity we need at a certain location, how vast the investment and the necessary R&D is. So that's typically, but it always starts with a business or an operation that takes place locally to have sufficiently relevant innovations to happen.
I would like to add a component on why you're doing the innovation and what is the profile of the innovation that you do. For established company, you go there and you do innovation that is serving your activity. So this is I call that internal use. But as a company, you could also have innovation activities in China for external use. So basically, you bring these innovations and you want to brand them, you want to market them, you want to develop or approach companies that carry them to a higher or next scale or industrialization. And I think the difference is huge between the two. Because if you do it for yourself, it's very easy to value. It's very easy to understand what is the added value. I know it. And it's for my personal use. If I'm convinced to have a team in China, easy game. If, however, I have to rely on Chinese innovation to build my business model, and let's assume it's a non-Chinese business model. Today, China struggles with a huge negative perception still. This is something we have to realize. And I'm afraid with what is happening the last couple of years all around the world, that perception problem is not going to be easily solved, unfortunately. So my call is on research. I think the change in perception should come from the research community. Because the research people, they can still collaborate. There is no bias against that collaboration. You have to just trust each other and you have to recognize each other's competence and are willing to collaborate. And then you can go forward. But in industry and in business, the situation is different, unfortunately. So please, don't be discouraged what you hear and what you see in industry, in politics. But if you are convinced of your ideas, and if you are convinced that you can find competence in Asia or in the US, wherever, go after it. Go after it. This would be my strong recommendation. And in the end, that will prove that international collaboration is still helpful and brings us to a next level as a society.
Thank you. I see another question.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Johnny Browise. I head the carbon working group with the European Chamber in China, but I just came back from China after 18 years. And good to see you here, Gwen. And I very much resonate with what Kurt was saying just now. The collaboration happens at the level of the companies, the R&D, the people, the entrepreneurs. And I have a question to Mr. Van Kamp. So I'm also taking up a role here with DusPark. DusPark Holding is working with Tsinghua University. We're setting up a incubator, a science tech incubator next to ICAP in Brussels. And what you just mentioned about the collaboration between the companies, the universities, is exactly the kind of model that the STAR has, and which I am, here as a Belgian, extremely excited, very eager to roll out. So I'm looking for people like you and anybody else who would like to help build this ecosystem here in Belgium. And my question is, who are the right people to talk to, and how can we collaborate? Thank you.
If you mean who to talk to in Belgium, then if it's high tech, then indeed oftentimes you will end up with Flanders Investment and Trade, of course, that make the first contacts. They often reach out to universities and research institutes in Belgium. But that's, of course, and that's my field of expertise, when companies come to Belgium because they want to set up research collaboration, right? Early stage research collaboration. So that's typically the way that we work together, and that's actually also how it went with Legend. I think what I've seen when I went to China, when I was working in a company 20 years ago, that if you were talking to universities in China or Chinese professors, and often when they were referring to their own research and their science, it was difficult to understand if they were owning the intellectual property rights or their company, or whether it was university or it was their research group. And that has, I mean, that was 20 years ago, so that has been clarified in China. And that's also, I think, often the expectation of a lot of companies, if they come to work together with research institutions in Belgium or universities, that it's clear how you collaborate, and that it's clear who owns what, and that you have a professional support system. For the science park, I think we have a couple of outstanding science parks. We have one in Ghent, but of course also other places. But we see there that we're competing internationally. I mean, if Legend came in the end to Ghent, they were comparing, of course, to places not just in Belgium, but also abroad, in other neighboring countries. And then the question is, of course, how can you can you spearhead a couple of areas where you say that's really where we're strong in, and that's why you should come to Belgium? And that's not so easy often, and definitely not for university, because we are a comprehensive university. We offer research in all different areas, but of course some areas you're more famous for than others. Ghent is quite famous, amongst other stuff, for biotech. But we also have IMEC on our park. We have VIB on our park. So I think the focus should be on stressing the strength, and not try to say that you can do everything, because of course they're going to compare to other locations. But I think one of the most important things is access to talent, recruitment of talent. If they come here and they want to build something, if it's technology, it's high-tech jobs. So they want to make sure that indeed you can hire the people locally, a few hundred people to staff the positions. And that, I think, is one of the most critical things, that you can show that you can actually, even provide special trainings linked to the universities or the higher schools of education, that you can actually train the people for the jobs that they will be offering.
Thank you. I would like to end here. I would like to thank all our panelists for their very interesting contributions. And as said, China has become a leader of innovation in several areas. Most of our companies are in China for China. Their most important drivers for doing R&D in China are to be closer to the high growth market, to develop new innovative products for the Chinese market and also globally, and the need to respond more rapidly to changing customer needs. Speaking of Chinese speed. It has been said almost every sentence. We can't be complacent as the pace of R&D as China is high, as well as the means that are put into R&D. So doing with business can be challenging, but the biggest risk for companies doing business with China is actually not to be in China. I would like to end here. I would just like to mention that our chamber, which aims to help Belgian business grow in China and also help Chinese grow in Belgium, is at your disposal for any assistance. So we also welcome you to participate in our activities, and Inge is waiting here for me to close off. Thank you very much. Bye.
Dear Gwen, thank you for moderating this interesting panel discussion. Dear panelists, thank you for sharing your insights with us, all the possible ways to move forward, the pitfalls, the challenges, the focal points. I thank you. Tea and coffee are being served now next door in the Kapitelzaal, and we will reconvene at 3:30 to start the plenary session all together. I thank you. Your Excellencies, Professor Rick van der Wallen, Rector of Ghent University, Your Excellency, Mr. Cao Zhongming, Ambassador of the People's Republic of China to the Belgian Kingdom, Professor Mieke van Herrewegen, Vice Rector of Ghent University, Ms. Anne Vervliet, Deputy of the Province of East Flanders, dear partners of the Strategic Partnership of China, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we officially kick off this plenary session this afternoon, I would like to introduce to you the musical duo Suite. Suite came into existence when the Belgian musician Tobias Leconte met the Chinese singer Sherry Xie in Shanghai several years ago. So, to give a light musical touch to this plenary session, I would now like to invite Tobias and Sherry to play a first song for you, 玫瑰玫瑰我爱你.
This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Goedenamiddag allemaal. Alles goed? 大家下午好。然后我很明显，我们是一个比利时和中国的组合 ，Tobias， 还有 Sherry， 今天给大家带来一些歌曲。首先给大家送上的是中文歌《玫瑰玫瑰我爱你》。Here we go。玫瑰呀玫瑰情意浓，玫瑰呀玫瑰情意重，盛夏开在枝头上哦，玫瑰呀玫瑰嘿我爱你，玫瑰呀玫瑰最骄傲美，玫瑰呀玫瑰最艳丽，长夏开在枝头上哦，玫瑰呀玫瑰嘿我爱你，心的誓约，心的情谊，圣洁的光辉照大地，心的誓约，心的情谊，圣洁的光辉照大地。玫瑰呀玫瑰刺儿蕊，玫瑰呀玫瑰枝儿尖，长夏开在枝头上哦，玫瑰呀玫瑰嘿我爱你，心的誓约，心的情谊，圣洁的光辉照大地，心的誓约，心的情谊，圣洁的光辉照大地。玫瑰呀玫瑰情意浓，玫瑰呀玫瑰情意重，长夏开在枝头上哦，玫瑰呀玫瑰嘿我爱你，玫瑰呀玫瑰嘿我爱你。谢谢 dank u wel。
Tobias, Sherry, 非常感谢你们，谢谢。So, now having started with a lighter note, a musical note, we can proceed with the program of the plenary session. Of course, we will have a welcome address by our Vice Rector, Mieke van Herrewegen, and also by His Excellency Mr. Cao Zhongming, the Chinese ambassador. But before we jump into the talking and the speeches, I think there's one thing we should show, and that this is also why we are gathered here today, to put in the spotlight all our activities, everything that we do with China, with our China cooperation. Also thanking all our partners, our friends in China, for having created such beautiful, successful collaborations over the years, and especially with the focus in this movie on all the accomplishments since the 10th anniversary we celebrated in December 2016. So please enjoy this short movie. So, I hope you enjoyed this short movie, and I think that looking at all these pictures, you can but conclude one thing, and that is how active we are with this China platform, with our cooperation, everybody together. I think it's something to be very proud of, and I think it's something that deserves to be put in the spotlight once in a while. Now, without any further ado, I would like to invite Professor Mieke van Herwegen to deliver her welcome address. Ja, ik kan op het volgende staan.
Okay. Komt er nog naar beneden. Thanks, Inge. Thank you very much. Okay. Your Excellencies, Mr. Cao Zhongming, Ambassador of the People's Republic of China, Professor Rick van der Wallen, Rector of Ghent University, Mrs. Anne Vervliet, Deputy of the Province of East Flanders, dear partners of the Strategic Partnership China, dear guests, dear partners and friends, including the ones who are following this event online. On behalf of Rector Rick van der Wallen and Ghent University, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to this plenary session of the celebration of the 15th anniversary of the China platform, a very active platform we've just seen. The program of today's festive event did indeed look very promising, and I do hope that your day has been highly productive and worthwhile so far, but there's more to come. Today, we're celebrating the 15th anniversary of the China platform, which was established in 2006. But in fact, Ghent University started its first cooperation initiatives in China more than 40 years ago, starting with initiatives taken by the Department of Eastern Languages and Cultures, Professor Anne Heerman, Professor Bart de Sijn, and their predecessors, obviously, Professor Patrick Zorgeloos and the Aquaculture Research Group, Professor Johan Erau from the Department of the Interdisciplinary Study of Law, Private Law and Business Law. Over the years, a large number of professors from our 11 faculties have established close collaborations with fellow professors and researchers from partner universities in China. To give you an idea about the wide range of Ghent University's cooperation, I'm happy to share some facts and numbers with you. Should you be interested in getting a better and more in-depth insight in this wide-ranged cooperation, I kindly suggest to read the new book of the China Platform, which Professor Luc Tarwe, Director of the China Platform, will officially present to you at the end of this plenary session. Currently, Ghent University has more than 100 agreements, ranging from cooperation agreements for student and staff exchange to research agreements, framework agreements for joint PhDs, and agreements for joint or double programs. As a concrete example, I can, for instance, refer to the fact that we have more than 10 active and successful 3+1+1 or 3+2 agreements with close partners, 3+1+1, that's bachelor, master, master, with close partners such as Renmin University of China, Shanghai University, Beijing Normal University, Dalian University of Technology, Huazhong University of Science and Technology and the VUB, or Nankai University together with the VUB. There are more than that, but just some examples. We have 11 joint labs in different domains ranging from food safety over structural engineering, crop protection, geoinformation, additive manufacturing and advanced biomedical technology to World War I studies and global health. Right now, there are more than 725 Chinese students and researchers at Ghent University, of whom almost 500 PhD students. Ghent University researchers have published more than 4,000 publications together with Chinese fellow researchers over the years. And since the first defense of a joint PhD with a Chinese university on the 19th of May 2006, another 117 joint PhD degrees have been awarded. And last but not least, there's a co-financing agreement between the Ghent University Special Research Fund and the China Scholarship Council, the CSC. It's quite impressive, don't you think? It goes without saying that all the professors, researchers and students involved pursue a very high quality in their research, studies and work. The fact that a number of Ghent University professors have been granted the highly renowned National Friendship Award of China confirms this, as again, some examples: Professor Erik van Ranst in 2012, Professor Patrick Zorgeloos in 2014, or Professor Philippe de Meyer in 2020. And in one breath, I can mention some other acknowledgements of academic accomplishments, such as the 2019 Top 10 Leading Chinese Talents for Science and Technology in Europe award that was granted to Professor Zhang Weihong, and the award of Ambassador of International Relations, which Shanghai University granted to both Professor Anne Heerman and Professor Bart de Sijn last month. This again proves that we can talk about internationalization and globalization, but in the end, it is all about the people who commit themselves to making it work and who help to encourage mutual understanding by setting up academic cooperation with partners from all over the world in order to reach common goals and common objectives. And I'm not only referring to the academic staff, but also to the policy advisors and administrative staff members who offer support, help and advice on a day-to-day basis in order to strengthen Ghent University's internationalization strategy. Having said this, I would like to mention explicitly our representative in Beijing, Mr. Zhang Che, who has played a very important role in representing Ghent University and our Ghent University Global Campus in South Korea in China since he started his job in February 2015. We are convinced that opening this representative office in Beijing in 2008, together with the province of East Flanders, has allowed us to approach our cooperation in a more structured way and to a more intensified strengthening of our network and contacts in this part of the world. Today's celebration marks the importance of a cooperation that is both strategic and integrated. Strategic, because as an institution, we want to reach a level of activity that goes beyond individual projects. Integrated, because we also involve other stakeholders and partners in our activities. A close cooperation with specific external partners, such as the province of East Flanders, the city of Ghent, the Flanders-China Chamber of Commerce and North Seaport, can also help us to take a more joint approach for certain occasions. These four above-mentioned partners established the Strategic Partnership on China in 2008, together with Ghent University, allowing us to structure and integrate the academic, political, socio-cultural and economic aspects of cooperation with China. And this has proven to be very useful and very successful. So I would like to thank these partners for all their support over the years. Ghent University has managed to establish a cooperation with its partners in China that is working well in both directions and often leads to a win-win for both sides. And in this respect, I should say that not only do we have a substantial Chinese community of students and researchers at Ghent University, but for many years now, a significant number of Ghent University students and researchers have traveled to China to either go on exchange and take up part of their academic training or to do research at one of our Chinese partner institutions. In 2005, the Department of Oriental Languages and Cultures, which is the oldest one in Belgium and was established in 1958, successfully established the integrated China semester in the Bachelor of Eastern Languages and Cultures with Liaoning University. So in the framework of this agreement, students every year pursue part of their study program at Liaoning University in China. Apart from the sinology students, in recent years, an increasing number of students from our other faculties have found their way to partner universities in China as well. Some of their stories about their exchange experience were also included in the new book of the China platform that will be presented to you later today, 15 Years China Platform from Monkey to Ox. In today's global world, it's of major importance to enhance international and intercultural competencies of students and staff. These exchanges encourage students and staff to think outside the box, to step out of their comfort zone, to further develop their skills and their civic and democratic competencies through curricular and extracurricular activities in order to become global citizens. The academic world is a very important player in today's globalization, as we can play an important part in building strong bridges and developing more international and inclusive campuses so that together we can overcome obstacles and face global challenges. Unfortunately, and also very much to the regret of our students, researchers and professors, the pandemic has made outgoing exchange and visits impossible for a while now. So we hope that the situation will change for the better soon, enabling us to travel to all our highly valued partners in that part of the world. We'll have to see. One may think that it's quite surprising that the Ghent University Sino cooperation continues to increase, as in the past years we have witnessed a rise of geopolitical tensions, as well as growing concerns about diverging values and interests all over the globe. As an academic institution based in a solid democracy, we do not only share these concerns, but we also consider it important to be at the forefront of defending the fundamental values and principles we stand for, not only by explicitly reaffirming them by, for instance, signing the new 2020 version of the Magna Carta Universitatum, but more importantly by attempting to truly live by them in our daily policies and operations, truly embracing the core principles of modern universities, that is, academic freedom, scientific integrity, and institutional autonomy, does not imply, however, being reluctant to establish collaborations with institutions that are embedded in an environment where other principles and values prevail. Quite the contrary is true. In such cases, academic collaboration allows for a thorough exchange of views and fosters mutual understanding and the international solidarity in the protection and promotion of values and principles that are paramount to the quality of higher education and scientific research. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize once more the importance of your presence here today. This celebration of the 15th anniversary of the China platform, with its panel sessions, debate, poster session, keynote speeches and book presentation later today, is not only a celebration of 15 years of intense cooperation, we consider it also a new starting point for our policies and plans in the years to come. I believe that this festive event will prove to be yet another milestone event of our China platform, and that it will further reinforce all the friendly ties we cherish and we appreciate so much. I thank you very much.
Dear Professor van Herrewegen, thank you very much for this warm words, this warm welcome, and this clear introduction. And then I now would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Cao Zhongming, Chinese ambassador, to deliver his speech together with his interpreter, Ms. Wu Shanshan. So please, I invite you to come up here. Is it okay for you to stand here, Mr. Ambassador? Yes. Yes, and
Okay. 尊敬的里克范德瓦勒校长、维弗利特议员、德克拉克市长、戴尔修斯司长、范德普特主席、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家下午好。
Distinguished Director Rick van der Walle, Deputy Anne Vervlit, Mayor Matthews de Kluck, Director Jean Cornet Delzus, Chairman Kurt van der Poot, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good afternoon.
值此根特大学中国平台成立15周年之际我谨代表中国驻比利时使馆，向根特大学以及中国平台致以热烈的祝贺。
As the China platform of Ghent University celebrates its 15th anniversary, I wish to extend, on behalf of the Chinese Embassy in Belgium, warm congratulations to Ghent University and the China platform.
根特大学具有200多年的历史，秉持敢于思考校训，在人才培训、师资和学科建设、学术研究、社会服务等方面取得了很多成就。 根特大学在国际上的影响力也不断提升，吸引了许多中国学生慕名前来求学。根特大学十分重视对华交流与合作，专门成立了协调中国相关事务的中国平台。这一具有远见卓识的重要举措，为促进根特大学对华合作发挥了重要作用。刚才副校长女士介绍了根特大学 和很多中国高校之间的合作给我留下深刻的印象。我们对根特大学以及中国平台主任塔尔维教授以及英格女士长期以来所做的大量工作表示赞赏和感谢。
With a history of over 200 years, Ghent University has been committed to the credo of dare to think and has made many achievements in nurturing talent, building its teaching workforce, developing discipline, conducting academic research, and providing social services, among others. With a growing international profile, Ghent University has attracted a large number of Chinese students. Attaching great importance to exchanges and cooperation with China, Ghent University established the China platform to coordinate all China-related affairs. This visionary initiative has played an important role in promoting Ghent University's cooperation with China. I was truly impressed by Madam Vice Rector's introduction about the cooperation between Ghent University and its Chinese counterparts. We want to express our appreciation to Ghent University, Professor Luke Tarvey as the director of the China platform, and Mrs. Ink Mangoschutz for your tremendous work over the years.
过去的2021年，见证了中比建交50周年。习近平主席和菲利普国王布置贺电， 积极评价中比建交50年来的巨大发展成就，表达了继续深化中比全方位友好合作关系的共同意愿。当前，中国已经开启全面建设社会主义现代化国家新征程，中国家继续扩大高水平开放，和世界分享发展机遇，推动经济全球化朝着更加开放、包容、普惠、平衡、共赢的方向发展。中比在教育科技领域的合作 的务实合作前景广阔，希望根特大学能够抓住机遇，把中国平台建设得更好。
The year 2021 marked the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic ties between China and Belgium. President Xi Jinping and King Philip exchanged congratulatory messages. They noted the great development achievements of the bilateral relationship since 5 decades ago and expressed the shared aspiration to further deepen the China-Belgium all-round friendly cooperative partnership. As China has embarked on a new journey of building a modern socialist country in all respects, it will continue to expand high-standard opening up, share development opportunities with the world, and make economic globalization more open, inclusive, balanced, and beneficial for all. China and Belgium enjoy broad prospects in practical cooperation in education, science, and technology. We hope that Ghent University will seize the opportunities and bring even greater success to the China platform.
第一是做开放的平台，坚持开放包容、互学互鉴，为两国教育和科研人员提供宽松友好的交流环境。
To that end, it is important to first be a platform of openness. It is important to advocate openness, inclusiveness, and mutual learning, and provide an accommodative, friendly atmosphere for exchanges between our professors and researchers.
第二是做合作的平台，尊重科学技术的时代性和世界性，在联合研究、留学生培养方面发挥桥梁作用。
Second, be a platform of cooperation. It is important to respect how science and technology reflect the feature of the times and the world, and play a bridging role in joint research and the education of foreign students.
我们非常欣赏根特大学坚持多元化、国际化的这个合作方针。我看到今天在座的有不少中国留学生，我看到也有其他各方面来的人士我觉得根特大学这种国际化的路线是它能够不断的在国际上能够提高办学层次的一个重要的一个基础。
We really appreciate how Ghent University has pursued diversified international cooperation. We are glad to see the large numbers of Chinese students and other stakeholders here. We believe that such an international approach is an important foundation for the ever-improving education quality of Ghent University in the world.
第三是做友谊的平台，让两国学生学者在合作中增进理解、扩大共识，成为学术上的好伙伴和人生路上的好朋友。
And third, be a platform of friendship. It is important to help students and scholars from our two countries to increase mutual understanding and expand common understandings in cooperation so that they will become good partners in academic studies and good friends in the journey of life.
我刚才跟校长讲，我说根特大学每培养一名中国留学生，相当于种下一颗友谊的种子。那么在中国的高校每培养一名比利时的留学生，也是种下一粒中比友好的这个种子。
As I've told Mr. Rector, for every Chinese student educated by the Ghent University, it is like planting a seed of friendship between our two countries. And the same is true for Belgian friends received education in Chinese universities.
我要借此机会感谢根特大学的教授，根特大学的这个行政人员对我们中国留学生的关心帮助这个表示感谢。
On this occasion, I want to express our appreciation and gratitude to the professors and administrators of the Ghent University for the care and support that they've given to Chinese students.
根特大学的杰出校友比利时作家梅特林克说过：“过去和未来引导着我们前进的方向。”我相信中国平台一定能够在过去15年成功经验的基础上，为推动中比教育科技交流做出更大的贡献。中国驻比利时使馆也将一如既往地支持根特大学中国平台开展各种形式的对话合作。
As has been rightly noted by the Belgian playwright Maurice Maeterlinck, an outstanding Ghent University alumnus, thus are we led by the past and the future. I believe that the China platform will build on its success stories over the past 15 years and make greater contribution to educational, scientific, and technological exchanges between China and Belgium. The Chinese embassy in Belgium will continue to support Ghent University and the China platform in carrying out different forms of cooperation with China.
这2年来啊，因为疫情的影响，我们的人员交流啊确实减少了，但是交流的意愿并没有减少，我们之间的合作也有所影响，但是合作的潜力并没有受到影响。
Over the past 2 years, due to the pandemic, our people-to-people exchanges have somehow reduced, but the aspiration for exchanges has not. Our cooperation has been affected, but the potential for cooperation has not.
我们期待着在疫情之后中国和比利时的合作能够进一步加强。我们也期待着根特大学和中国有关高校的合作在疫情之后也是得到进一步的加强。
We look forward to stronger cooperation between China and Belgium and between Ghent University and Chinese universities when the pandemic ends.
最后，祝根特大学中国平台取得更大成功，越办越好。谢谢大家。
Last but not least, I wish the China platform of Ghent University even greater success and achievements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear Mr. Ambassador Cao Zongming, thank you very much for your warm words of appreciation and for pointing out how important academic cooperation is. And most of all, how important a role friendship and mutual understanding play in this entire story of cooperation. I would now like to proceed by looking really in the direction, the entire other part of the world, our partners in China. Because running up to this event, in fact, last year, we received many congratulatory messages from our partners in China and Taiwan. And, of course, we would like to put them in the spotlight as well, because this is not a one-way street. Cooperation is always a two-way story. So, unfortunately, many of these messages that were sent in were quite long, so for us it is impossible to show all 11 now in their full extent. So we were forced to make a compilation of the 11 messages that we received from our dear partners, and I'm very happy to show this short movie of 10 minutes to you now. But I can assure all the partners who are watching this currently via live stream that we will put all the messages in their full extent on our website after this event has taken place, so that we can also show how much and how appreciative you are of all the collaboration that has been set up all over the years. So please enjoy the messages that came straight from China and Taiwan right now.
On behalf of Tsinghua University, I'm delighted to send warmest congratulations to the 15th anniversary of China platform at Ghent University. The past 15 years of China platform marks the significant effort of UGent to dedicate to clustering knowledge, strengthening ties with international institutions, and generating a more thorough understanding of foreign culture. A connection with Asia, the world's largest continent, represents the shared value of openness, and it is a step that shows great foresight. With China as a strategic focal point, the relationship between Ghent and Chinese institutions, and even between the two countries, can be fostered to promote long-term sustainability in cooperation and partnership.
Dear Rector Professor Rick van der Volle, His Excellency Mr. Matthias de Klerk, distinguished guests, I am Du Peng, Vice President of Renmin University of China. First of all, on behalf of RUC, I would like to express my heartfelt congratulations on the 15th anniversary of the China platform in Ghent University, as well as the publication of the platform's third book on EU-Ghent-China cooperation.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Capital Medical University, I'm very honored to send my sincere congrats to the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relationship between the People's Republic of China and Belgium, as well as the 15th anniversary of China platform in Ghent University. I sincerely hope the cooperation will continue expanding and deepening through China platform in the future, promoting the medical development in China and Belgium.
I'm Wu Yuming, Vice President of Hebei Medical University. On this important occasion, on behalf of Hebei Medical University, I sincerely hope that the friendship between our two countries and our two provinces will last forever. The work field of the China platform will continue to expand, and the cooperation between our two universities will produce more fruitful results.
Rector Rick van der Walle, Director Guido van Huylenbroeck, Director Dick Davey, and colleagues. On behalf of National Sun University, it is my pleasure to send congratulations to all of you at Ghent University for 15 years of remarkable achievements in education and research collaboration with all parts of the world. Ghent University is the most important partner of National Sun University in Europe. The relationship dated back to 2009, when the two universities started exchanging students in business management, and now has expanded to research and student mobility in education, photonics, material science, and marine science. The first bilateral workshop at EU-Ghent in March 2020, before the pandemic hit, marked another milestone. We are looking forward to our continued joint efforts in more areas in the new norm of the pandemic. I want to particularly thank Mrs. Inge Mandelschott and the team for their rigorous efforts that made so many things possible. Again, my congratulations on your wonderful achievements.
Respected Rector Professor van der Walle, Director Professor Liu Terrier, the steering committee members of China Platform, and honored guests. It's so nice to meet with you online to celebrate the 15th anniversary of Uganda's China Platform. My warmest congratulations to the team led by Director Professor Liu Terrier on reaching this important milestone.
Dear Rector Professor Rick van der Walle, dear colleagues, congratulate 15th anniversary of the China Platform. Time is flying. It's almost 15 years of China Platform's birth. By the chance of celebrating the 15th anniversary of China Platform establishment, as well as 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations of Belgium and China, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Philip de Meyer, who is making the possibility to make me speak now. Our cooperation started since Professor Dr. Philip de Meyer's first visit in 2005. It means our cooperation almost the same age as the China Platform. As a unique and well-functioned platform, it plays an important role in our cooperation, especially to promote innovative joint research, degree education, and staff exchanges and trainings. We have signed not only bilateral cooperation agreement, but also an agreement for joint supervision of double degree doctorates, and jointly established the Sino-Belgian Joint Laboratory for Geoinformation.
Dear Rector van der Walle, dear friends and colleagues at Ghent University, greetings from Hangzhou, China. I am Li Ming, Director of the Office of Global Engagement at Zhejiang University. First of all, I'd like to extend our warmest congratulations on the 15th anniversary of the China platform. As we look back on our partnerships over 36 years, we are delighted to have forged fruitful cooperation in diverse areas. We also share our commitment in response to the UN's 2030 Agenda. It was our great honor and pleasure to have your strong support on University President's Joint Statement on Sustainable Development. As globally responsible universities, I believe Zhejiang and Ghent should continue with our joint efforts to address global challenges through knowledge, research, and innovation.
Dear Professor Rick van der Walle, colleagues, students, and friends, on behalf of USTC, I convey our warmest congratulations to Ghent University on the occasion of the China Day and the 15th anniversary of the China platform. USTC and Ghent University share a deep and enduring commitment to higher education. We enjoy many strong connections and collaborations across time, which in turn extend across space.
On behalf of the entire Nanjing Agricultural University community, I send my warmest greeting from Nanjing. I am honored to join you today in celebrating the 15th anniversary of the China platform at Ghent University. Together with all your friends and colleagues at NAU, I applaud and congratulate everyone at the China platform on the remarkable accomplishments.
女士们、先生们，大家好！非常高兴受约，在中比建交50周年这样一个值得纪念的日子，做一个发言。大家都知道，我们两个国家有着非常友好的往来。面对21世纪快速发展的这样一个新时代，更需要我们大学在整个人类社会发展进程当中，贡献我们的智慧，贡献我们的思想。我知道根特大学是一所非常优秀的大学，在和中国大学，尤其是和西安交通大学的合作当中，发挥了积极的作用。西安交通大学也非常高兴能够和这样一所优秀的大学进行长期而持久的合作。
Wow. The only thing I can say is wow. It is heartwarming to see so many close and highly valued partners bring such warm and meaningful messages to us. It means that they really appreciate what we are doing for them, and I'm sure that it's also the opposite way around. We appreciated what they're doing for us. Before I ask and I invite Sherry and Tobias to bring us their second song, I would like to take a moment with all of you now to put all those who are the driving force behind the China platform in the spotlight. Without them, the China platform would not be what it is now. So I would like to now share a short movie with you that puts our steering committee, so the entire group, the steering committee of the China platform, in the spotlight. That's what I wanted to ask for. I wanted to thank our steering committee members once more for all their support, for their help, for their commitment, for all their accomplishments. Without you, we cannot do it. So thank you very much. I think you deserved this moment to be put in the spotlight and to be appreciated for everything that you do. And then now I would like to invite Tobias and Sherry once more on stage to share, bring us their second song, 青微料.
Dank u wel.
When you told me that it all started out as a tryout, I can believe that. But then I'm sure that when you said we realized how perfectly our musical styles match and how they perfectly and in balance bring the Oriental and Western influences together, it's fantastic. Thank you very much. And then now, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, dear guests, I would say the moment that we all have been waiting for, the big moment of today's program. I am very, very proud to announce to you, to introduce to you now Professor Luc Terwe, the director of the China Platform, who will now officially present the third book of the China Platform, 50 Years China Platform from Monkey to Ox. So please, Luc.
Okay, thank you very much, Inge. I hope I can fulfill your expectations. Your Excellency, Mr. Ambassador Cao Chongming, thank you very much for your very nice words. This is very much appreciated. Thank you. Distinguished guests, Mr. Rector, Mrs. Vice Rector, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It is my pleasure, as announced already, to give you an overview of the content of the book that we have published at the occasion of this 15th anniversary. And the subtitle is, you also have noticed it probably, the subtitle is From Monkey to Ox. As you will see, many authors have contributed to the book, for which Mrs. Inge Mangelschot served as editorial coordinator. This was a very demanding task, but she performed it with a lot of patience and checked everything meticulously. Inge, many thanks for this huge effort. The book consists of 11 chapters in which we give an overview of the various aspects of our cooperation with Chinese partners. Of course, I will not go into all the details of the chapters, but I will present an anthology of topics which have not been addressed yet by Professor van Huylenbroeck in his opening speech, nor by our Vice Rector in her welcoming address. At the occasion of the 5th anniversary of the platform in 2011, the book From Dog to Rabbit was published, and in 2016 it was followed by the second one From Rabbit to Monkey. So now the third one in the series From Monkey to Ox covers our activities during the last 5 years. And to make it clear, these books have no culinary content, as some of you may expect from the title, but as most of you know, dog, rabbit, monkey, and ox are animals of the Chinese zodiac. And with each of these animals, some personal characteristics are associated. A dog symbolizes the coming of fortune, and therefore it is a yang element, representing light and strength. Rabbits are decent, noble, and intelligent, and they represent hope for a long life. While monkeys are brave, oxen stand out for their persistence. And indeed, after 15 years, the China Platform has proven to be brave and persistent. Just a few words on the structure and the operation of the China Platform. Besides the staff members, we have a steering committee. You all have seen them in the previous movie. And the steering committee represents the 11 faculties of our university. In 2008, we then have established the strategic partnership with the province of East Flanders, city of Ghent, North Seaport, and the Flemish Chinese Chamber of Commerce, and all of these partners are represented today. The China Platform has a very extensive and valuable network both in China and in Belgium. And the representatives of the China Platform are always very happy to be able to get in touch with the members of, let's say, the China community in Belgium. And this through the many networking events of, for instance, the Flanders China Chamber of Commerce and the Belgian Chinese Chamber of Commerce. Both of them play an important role in bringing the two worlds closer to each other. In September 2013 already, Ghent University launched the UGent Alumni Network in Shanghai and Beijing, and this in the presence of the then rector Paul van Kouwenberghe, who visited China for that occasion. In the meantime, we have established 2 additional chapters, namely in Chengdu and Guangzhou. By now, focusing more on our alumni has become a university-wide policy priority, which has led to the creation of the overall Infinity platform, which encompasses all alumni activities, including those of the international alumni chapters, with a total of about 16,000 alumni abroad. For many years, the China platform has a very close and active cooperation with the Chinese Students and Scholars Association. This association creates a platform through which Chinese students can find and meet each other through several types of social media and different types of activities. And apart from academic activities, cultural events, sports games and competitions, excursions and informal get-together, CHISAG also hosts an annual welcome event for the new incoming students and researchers from China at the start of each academic year. The China platform organized many activities during these last 5 years. You've seen some of them in the movie already. And of course, unfortunately, only online events could be organized during the last 2 years. I will give you a brief summary of all the other events we organized through these 5 years. In 2018, a mission to China took place headed by Professor Guido van Huylenbroeck, Director of Internationalization. And during this mission, the delegation visited 3 partner universities as well as the China Scholarship Council. The program included a visit to the Xinjiang Institute of Ecology and Geography of the Chinese Academy of China in Urumqi. And with these partners, Philippe de Meyer established the Sino-Belgian Joint Lab for Geoinformation. And on that occasion, also a field trip to Turpan was organized, one of the archaeological sites where Philippe de Meyer and Jean Boussois are very active. Sichuan University in Chengdu was the second destination on the program, followed by Southwest University in Chongqing. In Beijing, a meeting with the China Scholarship Council took place, during which the new co-financing agreement between the Ghent University Special Research Fund and CSC was signed in the presence of the then Belgian ambassador, His Excellency Mark Vink. This preference program provides each year co-funding for 10 Chinese PhD students holding a PhD grant from CSC. In Beijing, we also attended the second EU-China Health Forum, organized by Marlene Temmerman, Sang Wei Hong, and Olivier de Gom. These colleagues also established the Joint Lab for Global Health with Hebei Medical University. November 2018, then Professor Rick van der Wallen headed a big delegation during an official visit to China, where we visited 8 partner universities in Beijing, Hangzhou, and Shanghai. And on this picture, you see the enthusiastic group at the University of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. And we also visited, again, CSC. At Tsinghua University, a cooperation agreement was signed with the School of Civil Engineering, and a visit was also paid to Renmin University of China. The delegation also attended the signing of the agreement on the establishment of an international joint lab on Sino-Belgian sustainable crop pest control with Southwest University. The signing ceremony took place in the Belgian embassy and was followed by a successful networking event. In Hangzhou, the delegation participated in the high-level program that was organized in the framework of the MOU between Knowledge Institutes of Zhejiang Province and the province of West Flanders. And we were also welcomed at the headquarters of the Geely Holding Group. Finally, in Shanghai, a visit was paid to Tongji University, where the further steps in the long-lasting cooperation were discussed. A networking event that was hosted by the then Belgian Consul General, Mr. Paul Lambert, offered a unique opportunity for our rector and his delegation to mix and mingle with Ghent alumni and partners and friends from the academic and corporate world in Shanghai and surroundings. In January 2019, we had the honor to welcome the ambassador, His Excellency Cao Zhongming, with his delegation. And this visit was concluded with a round-table discussion with more than 20 Chinese and Belgian students and researchers, offering them the chance to discuss several aspects of their study abroad and life in Ghent or their host institution in China with the ambassador. In November 2019, then we had again a delegation, this time headed by our vice rector, and we also participated in the economic mission to China headed by Her Royal Highness Princess Astrid. And as you can see, there were also possibilities for personal contacts with the princess. The China platform organized a full academic parallel mission during which our delegation visited 5 cities and 10 partner universities. With Sichuan University in Chengdu, we have an extensive cooperation in various research fields. And during this mission, the joint lab for additive manufacturing, coordinated by Ludwig Cardon, was visited. And indeed, as you see on the picture, we had an expert in our group who could precisely locate Chengdu on the globe. Also with Zhejiang University in Hangzhou, we have an extensive cooperation in various fields, among which photonics. And the Tech Transfer Office of Ghent University has a cooperation agreement with the Industrial Technology Research Institute of Zhejiang University, which fits in the triple helix concept. With Nanjing Forestry University, Stefan de Smet established the International Joint Lab of Advanced Biomedical Materials. And with Shanghai University, Bart de Seine established the Joint Lab in World War I Studies. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I use these various missions to show you the extensive network we have established in China, all with top universities that all belong to the double first class. The basis of these cooperations is a bottom-up approach, starting from personal contacts with colleagues, which gradually expand to student and staff exchange, joint research projects, and eventually the establishment of joint labs in a spirit of international cooperation. At home, the tradition of the China Lecture Café series has been continued. And in December 2020, Geert Bruneel, head of global production operations at Volvo Cars, was our guest speaker. Last year, we organized the first academic forum together with our alumni, during which various webinars took place, highlighting recent research results and also the activities of some of the joint labs. This event was coordinated by a representative in Beijing, Mr. Che Chang, and the closing session took place in the Belgian embassy in Beijing. The second edition of the academic forum is scheduled for October this year. Up to 11 joint labs with Chinese partners have been established. I mentioned already several of them during my survey of the different missions, so I will not go further into the details. I can also mention that several of the international thematic networks also have cooperation with Chinese universities. Well, I just want to mention one. My colleague Geert de Schutter and I myself are involved in the Joint Lab for Industrialized Construction with Tongji University and the Shanghai Construction Group as partners. And recent PhD research focused on the structural aspects of new types of bored tunnel linings and 3D printing of concrete. In chapter 10 of the book, we collected some success stories and testimonials of students and professors, and I just mentioned two of them. The first one is the exchange of master students in civil and architectural engineering with Tongji University. Just a quote from the students. During 1 year, Shanghai and China slowly but surely revealed their secrets to us. It turned out to be an adventure never to forget. And Professor Sven Bisschop enjoys the hot summers in Beijing during the annual summer school at Renmin University of China. And he concludes, my aim is not just to teach, though, but very much also to learn. How do my Chinese students see Europe and the EU? How do they understand China's role in the world? So I think this was a sufficiently long survey of the contents or a selection of the contents of the book. So now it's time we really look to the printed version of the book. And I would like to ask His Excellency, Mr. Ambassador and our Rector Rick van der Wallen to come to the stage. And it is a pleasure to hand over a copy of the book to you. In addition to the anniversary book, the distinguished guests will also receive a copy of the book, A Belgian Passage to China, co-authored by our colleague Mathieu Torck, dealing with a very unique railway project in China in the early 1900s. At the end of this presentation, I would also like to express my gratitude to a number of persons. First, Evie Pot, Belinda Buchler, Tamara Strobe, Rieke Willems, Marieke Merks and Peter Pauwels, who supported Inge during the planning of this event and also today. Also a special thanks to Ma Ling Shan, Zhou Xiaozhou and Xiao Wenghao, who coordinated the poster session. And of course, I would like to thank sincerely all the authors who contributed to the book. Finally, there is one person whom I didn't mention so far, and that's Inge Mangelschots. Inge really is the driving force behind this very successful event. She managed to cope with all possible deadlines, succeeded in having the book published on time, and has sent hundreds, if not thousands, of emails from the early morning till late in the evening. Without her enthusiasm and passion, this event wouldn't have been possible. Inge, thanks for all the efforts. I may also kindly ask you to come to the stage. And there is also something. We doubted whether to give this to her or that, but we have. So, thank you all very much for your attention. I can close here this part of the session, but perhaps Inge wants to say a few practical aspects.
Okay, one last step up. Thank you, Luc, and thank you, everybody. I am very happy that we almost have come to the end of this plenary session. I would like to thank everybody present here today, but also those watching via live stream, to have celebrated this milestone event together with us. What Luc did not mention yet is that everybody, when you depart, you're welcome to take one of the books with you, so you can have enough reading at home. So before I invite you now to all, together with us, have a drink next door in the Kapitelzaal, I think we deserved a small glass to toast on this success. I would like to ask Tobias and Sherry one more time to share their final song with us, Molihua.
好一朵美丽的茉莉花，好一朵美丽的茉莉花，芬芳美丽满枝桠，又香又白人人夸。让我来将你摘下，送给别人家。茉莉花呀，茉莉花。好一朵美丽的茉莉花，好一朵美丽的茉莉花，芬芳美丽满枝桠，又香又白人人夸。让我来将你摘下，送给别人家。茉莉花呀，茉莉花。茉莉花，嘟嘟嘟嘟嘟嘟耶，呜呼呼呼呜呼呼，好一朵美丽的茉莉花，好一朵美丽的茉莉花，芬芳美丽满枝桠，又香又白人人夸。让我来将你摘下，送给别人家。茉莉花呀，茉莉花。Oh my sweet sweet Jasmine, how beautiful she looks. Oh my sweet sweet Jasmine, I will treat you like a queen. Oh my sweet, my sweet, my sweet, my sweet, my baby. Oh 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 oh. She looks, oh my sweet, sweet Jasmine, I would treat you like a queen. Oh my sweet, ooh, 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 oh yeah, oh my sweet, sweet Jasmine. Thank you so much. 谢谢 Thank you.
Thank you, and Tobias. Thank you, everybody. We have come to the end of the program. I am very happy that we made it. We finally made it to bring this celebration, to bring it on. So I now have only one thing to do, and that is invite you to just have a toast with us next door together with us. I thank you all for being here, for having celebrated this with you, and see you in 5 years. Bye. Thank you.